about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. With your host Mikel, where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Heat with your host Mikel, where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Heat with your host Mikel, where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Heat with your host Mikel, where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Hate. Welcome to Friday Night Heat. With your host Mikel. Where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more.
What a show! AJ Castillo, I don't know why you're on AJ, but he won't be online, but we got Sam and the mom, oh, the mom, okay, sorry, I'm inside the guy. I am so sorry, not now, but okay, I got the now Royal, I think that was the best thing at the lane, but I was doing the online show, trying to get with people helping. I got the talk online now, but not down. A great AJ will also be something that I'm on the way. I will be but I didn't feel like John Cena thing. I thought maybe I thought the Rock was gonna come out because they kept putting shining over the camera, kept like shaking, like, and they found kept going like, wow, what? Oh, I thought the Rock was gonna come back. Will we see in the morning? No, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. He is a wrestlemania. I put down that I bought one video so bad, but not your goal. Not your new movie maybe they like in interview I go because the one all-time favorite fit away is you go I your into your TW, but I will see teamwork in that and not but in what long I'm going to hear AJ in mind. AJ will love you. We got really met down the night. I did not like. I thought the night was I get to WrestleMania, but some people like it. I mean, I was, hold on, I'm trying to see real, a, okay, sorry, I didn't know yoga go bed soon. That's why I was gonna get helping over. Okay. Okay. See y'all. Bye. Don't even heal bit yay, but I can me every night came down to that top. I don't that was okay. Oh yeah, I'm being the chat. My mom in the chat tonight. She be on the more online. Uh, so that thing with LBA9, I did like that, but um, I mean, I didn't like several promo the same damn shit we've been seeing for the last 2 weeks. Uh, oh, I, AJ Ray.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, did you
I'm doing.
want Matt down or no?
No, I haven't watched SmackDown.
Uh, it wasn't shit.
Yeah, I'm doing my once a month probation hearing. Do my community service for the less than.
Yeah, we know. Like, the giant, the royal. I just seen video what Bella, but you care about the Carmelo one though. So that was cool. Finally, they're trying to do something become more too late. So, in one point of view, now body, but repeating your hand by Cable, aka America
Are you
Rock
going through the SmackDown review right now?
Real Quick because
Okay.
it was I mean I did like but and we are really it was good day attack Naomi again. It did and I mean the team no contest. And why couldn't they put that yeah amount on Brett Omania for the team title? I thought that was real that thing with Charlotte sit down a real promise gaming free talk shit about Prima and Zion tell Ephraim Zion and reaching in like 5 times in the past, what, 8 weeks? I mean, they were yet down solo and LA night and were good, but we seen it too many times and Jake came down and Brown came down and touching was alright. LA night one. Uh, then we got the Hitman that was alright. I did really thought they meltdown. I mean, not down to you. The 3 hour mark, 3 hours is just killing meltdown. It killing meltdown. I mean, Raw don't even go 3 hours. It's been 2 hours and prime and why does not thou need to be 3 hours? I don't get it. And John Cena called in same promo we seen for a month now. No but in Raw again. And on the I'm just with that down. Go back to two. how AI telling me to walk not down one two. I know more. So I get knocked down. It was bad tonight, guys. It may be a 5.2, maybe, but I get real young knocked down. But I meant to him because I was getting ready for a big night. So, I bet on me and now at uh, uh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, we can do. I only could buy night one.
Oh,
I
you need the
mean,
whole thing? Because I have the whole thing.
okay,
It's on
uh,
Wikipedia.
yeah, I can buy it. I got night one on me.
Hold on. Let me look this up. Okay. Matches for night one. First one is Gunther versus Jey Uso singles match for the World Heavyweight Championship. Who do you got?
You know going over in
Well, obviously
J.
it's gonna be Jay.
I
Yeah, of course
mean,
it's gonna be Jey Uso.
it, you again. I mean, that be Tom time.
Well,
That
just remember
be
who's booking
Tom
it.
time. You fit away a bit.
Well, WWE in general.
Maybe, uh, uh, I'm gonna go with J. Uriel got a J.
I have Jay.
Okay. Now, now,
Next match is the War Raiders taking on New Day for a tag team match for the World Tag Team Champions.
I mean, New Day need because they ill, but I don't care. They thought New Day, uh, the
That's like
I,
not even a thing anymore, really. Like I thought that team was done.
they thought that ill, and they bought, uh, well, bought the ill time. They are in there more when they ill. The until go in New Day will got a day.
I'm gonna take the War Raiders.
Okay, Matt.
Next match is Rey Mysterio versus El Guerrero Americano in a singles match.
AKA Chad Cable. We all know it, Chad Cable. Uh, I got El Malcara. What in name is
Um, Let's see here. I have Rey Mysterio winning.
Okay. Uh, Matt,
Next match, we have Jade Cargill versus Naomi. Singles match.
I can on, be on, Belvio. Gonna get involved. I see the show. I sorry, AJ.
How's it going?
Uh, I can't right now. I can't. I'm going. AJ got to work in the morning. Okay, well, we
Um, we were talking about who's gonna win, Jade Cargill or Naomi.
I got Jay.
Yeah, I got Jade too. So then we have LA Knight taking on Jacob Fatu for the U.S. Championship. I got LA Knight.
I got Jay. I'm bad too.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So then we have Tiffany Stratton going up against Charlotte Flair for the WWE Women's Championship. I think Tiffany's gonna retain.
AJ, yeah, pay it. She, they want her to be her director in Soviet. I don't want Soviet. I didn't think they were gonna go with Soviet. I want to, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't. They want her to be with Velvet.
Well, obviously. Okay,
But
so
she ought to pull team right now. Hey, kid.
yeah, I think so. I do. I don't know. I haven't watched wrestling in forever. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay.
Um, Next matchup is, let's see here. Oh, this is the main event match for night one. There's only 7 matches for night one. The
Yeah.
main event is Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins triple threat match with CM Punk having Paul Heyman as his in his corner. Now, this is something I haven't really paid attention to because I haven't been watching wrestling much.
Yeah.
But
You remember who walked
uh,
in? You
no,
remember
no,
in the payer that Paul said I owe you a payer. Well, the
oh yeah,
payer was the man that Paul Heyman will be what CM Punk down the aisle at WrestleMania. I think Seth Rollins can win because I think Paul Heyman is can play a part of a CM Punk can walk into one thing, Roman can walk into one thing. and he come part and that probably he come with AJ.
Okay, that makes sense. I
If
mean,
you
personally, I'm gonna pick probably CM Punk because Paul Heyman's in his corner, and knowing that he's in this corner, he's probably gonna do something, or vice versa. Paul Heyman's gonna turn on CM Punk and go with Roman.
see, I think
That
he come part both and that probably he come with uh, that I
just remember,
oh
Paul Heyman cannot be trusted. He's Paulie Walrus for a reason.
yeah
I mean, this
I
is the same guy that literally fucking killed, like, went into like bankruptcy for his company. Literally left the company before he even died to go to
yeah
WWE. Let's be honest here. I can't trust the fucking thing Paul Heyman says.
I think Paul Amen will turn out play about uh,
Right?
okay
Um,
night two.
Night two, we have Io Sky versus Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley, a triple threat match for the Women's World Championship.
Well, you know, God what the night beyond Jay got involved. Naomi got involved. I could see Jay on me attacking beyond about yeah, and I could see it be one on one because be on a take out. I'm gonna go with Yokai retain.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. No, I'm gonna go Rhea Ripley.
Mommy,
I mean, it's
okay,
possible.
now
Uh, the next match is more Liv Morgan and Raquel Gonzalez Rodriguez versus Bailey and Lara Valkyria for a tag team match for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship.
um, I got Raquel and Morgan retain.
Okay. I have Bailey and Lyra winning.
Okay, Matt.
Next match is AJ Styles versus Logan Paul singles match. To be honest with you, I hope fucking AJ Styles wins because if he puts over this motherfucker, man, I'm so tired of fucking the Paul brothers. I'm so tired of Logan Paul. Just enough with this shit.
Uh, I hate to cover that again, but I got to it, Logan Paul. Nah, nah,
Next match is Braun Breaker versus Penta versus Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio. Fatal four way for the WWE Intercontinental Championship.
I got Dirty Dog
Yeah, Dirty Dom. I got Braun Breaker.
retaining.
And then for the next match, it's Damian Priest taking on Drew McIntyre in a Sin City street fight. Um, I guess I'll take Drew McIntyre on this.
Me too.
Okay. Then we have for the sixth match of night two for WrestleMania 41 is Randy Orton versus to be determined because there is no match, there is no wrestler for him. He's gonna take on
Now,
an open challenge.
the idea of chaos meant opera, and I
What do you think?
would,
Nick Aldis is coming out of
I
retirement.
would love to see Nick back in the
See,
ring.
see
I
the old
would,
NWA champion finally actually
yeah,
do something.
I mean, I don't know why ended role in the play with me and your both know who Nick Albert is. I mean, he been it he been in uh Bonnie in TNA too.
Yeah, he was in TNA as Magnus,
So I
and he was in the British Invasion with Davy Boy Smith Jr.
yeah I in it opera. I want to see him back in the ring. And
Right?
I think that could be a good match, AJ. I
Yeah, it's
mean,
possible. I mean,
Andy and it,
yeah, I mean it's possible. I like I said, I'm totally out of the loop, like with everything. So
I don't want to see Solo and Brandy. I do not want to see that.
yeah, well,
But
you never know what
the
can happen.
young
It's WWE.
could go that way.
Yeah, it's possible.
I
So
involvement of
I just hope WrestleMania one and night one and two is good. That's all I really care about.
okay, Matt,
So the main event of night two is Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. Obviously, we already know who Mikel's picking. Has been his favorite wrestler for fucking almost 20 years now. It's gonna
well,
obviously be John Cena.
AJ won the
What?
Ilta make sense if he won the belt. I mean,
The
he
only reason
took,
why, if he does win the belt, it's because he's trying to break Ric Flair's 16-time championship. That's it.
I know, but they took him a bad guy. He, he put him out
Well,
that
let me ask you this, Mikel.
will
You're
kill.
you're a huge John Cena fan. You've been a John Cena fan pretty much most of your WWE life.
No,
So I mean, let's be honest here. Like you know the whole hustle, loyal, respect thing, and the you know all that nonsense that he spews.
I, for me, John Cena got bullied when he turned into Super Cena.
I thought you loved Super Cena.
No, but that he was equal, not you and that. AJ.
Well, I
mean,
mean isn't that the whole point? I mean, he turned into Hulk Hogan. Let's be honest here.
yeah, he did, he did. And now Cody, I love Cody, but I did think his title was been okay, but I'd rather him take the title. I think John Cena win Sunday,
So Cena's gonna win and break the record.
take the belt home, and then Brandy oh and John Cena won the championship at Backlash, and Cody and will win the belt back at SummerSlam, or maybe surprise Shelby. And
I
that's
thought
when John Cena turned good guy again.
I thought John Cena said he was done after WrestleMania.
He got he he got now. It can be Sunday night, Saturday night, make a bet in the center. But he, he, they got involved pre down. Then Matt, he can be at that bar. He cannot be at money in the bank, but he will be at SummerSlam and walking to play it shall be if fight on time will be at Saturday night main event at the end of the year. So I got Cena. Here you
I
go.
got Cody. I got Cody retaining.
Why you
It's the only option I can think of because I mean,
it been a bowling run though? I mean,
so
what he done? AJ and
what has
the
Cody done? I mean, he's better than John Cena.
uh,
Dude, I remember those dark days of WWE when John Cena was winning all these fucking titles and shit. I remember. That shit was fucking boring. I mean, do you remember ECW One Night Stands
oh yeah,
2006 when fucking the ECW crowd said if Cena wins we riot? Do you think they
yeah,
fucking want him to win again?
well, you're a bad guy now. It
Oh, in
makes
the world of WWE, for John Cena being a
it
bad guy,
makes
he just passed
sense.
gas. That's all it was.
It makes sense. If they really want to go all in, they got there and John Cena win the belt on Sunday.
Yeah,
If
but he's
they
not a good
want,
bad guy though. That's the thing. He's not a good bad guy. You know how many people I've literally heard talk about how John Cena's heel turn is the second coming of when Hogan turned heel. No, it was a big difference. When Hogan turned heel, it was fucking something crazy because it's never been done. But with John Cena, it's not that fucking impressive.
It's not really and bend down to make it work again. I mean, we got in 3 weeks and the night that all on the eight, eight, well, the chamber, I did think it, it probably went Uri, Uri in that opponent. It went through.
It's probably going to be
uh,
Roman again.
I don't want to. I mean, Roman 3 times,
Then I
and
would say AJ Styles again.
I mean, they could, but Cody said on the podcast that we
What
got
podcast?
no idea what can go on.
Then obviously Triple H doesn't know what the fuck he's doing if he can't put a convincing story together.
Well,
I mean,
it
come on, the
did,
old fucking man could do it, fucking no problem.
it did bring the rock not being down. It real. He this subway. And I said John Cena only been down 3 times on the bill. I mean, Kelly did, oh, man, but if they want to go all in, it got to be John Cena. And it will be down Monday of the
He ain't coming. He's got a Hollywood movie to film.
it, he not down Monday. I'm done. Is that the case? How cold he win the belt? Because I don't want to see a pop tire like we seen Brock. Yeah, no, do. He got beat down to make the work. Okay, what's out? LE 9 show. I mean,
I mean, yeah, he was there every night,
not,
but he
yeah,
only defended the title once, maybe a pay per view, except
not,
for that Nitro
not
when Luger
the,
won it.
not the night at the, the, at the beat. I mean, he did he show us that
Well, he
night?
did win the fucking title against the Giant at Hog Wild.
He showed us the night because that when they put a red trail in the back when the giant no he
Yeah.
put a macho man and red trail on night show. Yeah, I bring milk and right.
Yeah.
Okay, do we all want to go over the side and the car? Oh no.
The what?
and that T call.
Oh, you can go ahead and do that. I don't care.
Okay, then I wait
Do you need the?
and
Do you need the do you need it?
no,
Stand and
I
deliver.
got it. I did do what you on your phone, so you can go when you want.
Oh, dude, the
So,
fucking. I don't know if you heard, but like, dude, the Tigers are on fucking fire right now.
so it's a copy.
You sure about that?
They won the thing.
Okay, but the
They
record doesn't
can't.
show different though.
I know
I'm talking about in the
about
standings,
them
dude.
one.
Like
I
in the
know,
standings.
but uh, they
Well, actually, you
shut
guys are not you're
out.
not doing too bad. I mean, you guys are 13-9. You're the top of
They
the National League
didn't,
Central.
didn't the boy shut out the Yankee back to back night.
Yeah, yeah, they
They'll
did.
go again. They
I know.
could do something. I
Oh, I know.
mean, uh, well done. And they come to NEL.com. So before we talk about the playoff,
What the
OBJB,
NHL?
OBJB, the Raptors. I want that game. I'm trying to
Hold
find
on. StreamYard's just acting up. Let me come right back. Hold on.
the that it sound well with that it sound be. Hold on, guys. And
You know the Hall of Fame's on right now, right?
what?
Yeah, WWE just went live on their YouTube channel.
Peacock, but it's a begin soon. But on the all pay AJ,
No, it says right here WWE live.
I'll be counting down. It's 10 o'clock my time. Yeah, me, yeah, MC. It's we will begin shortly on Peacock. W-E.
Dude, imagine if fucking the Tigers and the Cubs went to the World Series and the Tigers won. How great would that would
Can
be?
we do that? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because the Tigers in the are in the American and the American League, and the Cubs are in the National League. It can
Okay.
happen.
I I me yeah you go seem to been there again.
Oh yeah, dude, Sting. Well, blame Tony
Don't know
Khan.
thing but
Blame Tony Khan. He wouldn't fucking let it happen.
I hate something called seem to been there.
Well, I mean, yeah, you
Okay,
think about Lex
we
Luger and
go.
fucking Sting.
Here we go. It
Why don't
on
you just throw it up
Peacock
on the screen, man?
now.
Throw it up on the screen. You can throw it up on YouTube. You'll be all right.
Cause, cause love, I don't want to be taken down.
You're not gonna get, dude. You know how much shit you've played? Like you literally play copyright music at the end of the show every night, and no one's copy stripping you yet.
I don't
You've
know.
literally like, the post
I
shows with
don't know.
Triple H on there, and he hasn't. They haven't took it down
I
yet.
know,
I'm pretty sure you'll
but
be
this
okay.
all the thing my plan got taken down.
Who was he? A big
Me,
YouTuber?
uh, yeah,
Because mostly, yeah, yeah. If you're a big YouTuber, of course, because you're generating fucking money, and they want that money. You're not making a dime off of this shit. You don't have
I
enough
don't,
subscribers.
I don't want chat.
Okay.
Sorry, AJ, but
No, that's cool,
I
man. Like
don't
I was
want.
just saying. I'm sitting here
I
playing
got,
an ECW universe right now.
um, I, I want to buy that game, but it's too
What game?
much.
What game?
Yeah, the play,
Oh, dude, I
the
don't got that shit. I'm still playing 24.
um,
24 is better.
you didn't get plumbing pie.
No, hell no. I'm not spending money for the fucking bloodline. That's fucking dumb. And that fucking thing.
And
The only thing that's
one,
good about that bloodlines
one
showcase
19,
is the Triple H and Rock match. That's about it.
it's 119 right now. And I don't know, I can't, not right now. I'm saying, are they doing a pre-show really?
Of course they have to, man. Come on. It's WWE, of course.
They're doing a pre-show for the Auburn thing.
So are you going on Saturday's Raw tomorrow night?
I might get but I don't know. I I got been like tomorrow night.
Yeah, but you want to, hang out with all the wrestling marks, don't you? You know, the ones that don't wear deodorant?
No, I can't. I I may come back in a gig because Priya is popping again. I'll be right back.
You're good. Dude, you're good. I can hear you just fine. You're good.
Mom, it won't let me kill a pot in brain.
I thought you said you weren't going to show it. Huh. Well,
Okay, I'm back. Number of NIGHT goddamn the bar is going on.
I don't know.
And we go. So, okay. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is actually interesting because, like, I'm really interested in a lot of these matches. Well, there's a few matchups I'm actually interested in. Like the Battle of Ontario, that's gonna be a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got the Battle of Florida.
You know,
Go down further so I can see who the other ones are.
they get me in trouble.
Okay, so we're gonna work on the let's work on the West first, and then we'll go to the East.
Okay. So,
Okay, go Vegas and Minnesota.
uh,
I'm gonna take Vegas in 5.
God was
It's because you're
okay.
clicking on shit. Quit clicking on shit.
Well, I can't, I can't play to you. And talk. You're going Vegas in five.
Yeah.
I go Vegas in six.
Okay. Then we got LA versus Edmonton. We got um hmm.
I'm going
I'm gonna
LA.
say LA in 6. It's gonna be a tough matchup. I mean, it could go the distance. It could go 7 games. I mean, to be honest with you, it could go 7 games. But I'm gonna say his best bet is 6. Then you
We
have
know
Winnipeg. Dude, Winnipeg's on fire. That team's fucking good.
I go Winnipeg in four.
I'm gonna say Winnipeg in 5. St. Louis will win 1,
I
but
don't was a moment as of the did show. I go out and say
okay. So I'm picking Winnipeg in 5. Um, Dallas, I'm gonna take in 6 games over
I
Colorado because Dallas is good.
I'd say in five dollars.
Okay. So then we're gonna work to the east. The Battle of Ontario. I got Ottawa beating Toronto in 6 games.
I got Toronto in five.
Okay. Then we have the Battle of Florida. It's the reigning defending Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Um, I gotta go with the reigning defending Stanley Cup champions. I mean, they're the Cup champions until someone beats them. So
I got that in seven. I seen that gonna go to the uh,
What, 7? But who you got?
Yes, ta- uh,
Oh, Tampa. Okay.
you're right.
And then we have Washington versus Montreal. Oh, dude, fucking Washington's gonna sweep Montreal. They don't even belong in the playoffs.
I know they got in
They snuck
in
in.
uh, by 1 point.
Yeah,
There what in the in ball. I don't get my them. They not good on power play. They're not good defense. I mean, I
right,
mean, Detroit to be in on the Montreal when you say AJ, you no, AJ,
um, yeah.
like the Detroit to be in on the Montreal.
No, the Red Wings, dude. The Red Wings don't deserve to be in. The Red Wings have been shit.
Not where you put in beside Montreal.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look because, like, I've been paying attention. It's just I haven't been like watching like every single game like I used to. So I mean, I know Washington's gonna sweep them in 4. That this is a no brainer.
The,
I
um,
think Montreal's the weakest team in
yeah,
the playoffs.
yeah,
So then we have Carolina versus New Jersey, who I'm gonna be picking. Um, let's see here. I'm picking Carolina. Obviously, they're gonna beat the Devils in. Oh, let's see here.
AJ down,
I'm gonna say 5 games.
AJ Zion them with him play,
Huh?
AJ down at the pain down in the building and right now.
So it's going on right now.
Now down the top into like AJ Zion
Oh,
uh,
okay.
family thing. You know how they do it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, I'm not sure because oh yeah, he got right.
Yeah.
He outpumped you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, him. He outpumped you,
Dude,
right?
Jack Hughes is a fucking dude. He's a really good player for the Devils.
He outpumped then he get but
Last time I guess so. Like I said, I haven't been really following that much, man. I've been so busy at work. It's
no,
not even funny.
I know.
Like, dude, I work like 16 hours, 5
You
days a week.
we don't even talk the no more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it can maybe tap one a week because he's so busy. but I'm gonna go okay in five.
Well, yeah, so we agree. Kane's in five then.
So they get and which you'll pick
We picked
the king.
LA. Yeah, so it's gonna be LA and Vegas in the second round.
Uh,
I still got Vegas, dude.
they
Vegas is
get,
good.
yeah,
They've been good since they started. I mean, for being an expansion team, they're good.
they get in, I'd say,
I say six. LA's gonna give them a run for their
yeah,
money.
I don't say, uh, uh, and when I'm back and down with it, I got with a bet inside a day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think when a bet get to the time caught them so good.
No, I
So
mean playoff hockey is different, bro. That's how it works.
I'd say when a bet inside, uh,
Against Dallas,
yeah,
uh, you know, I'm gonna say that Dallas beats Winnipeg in 5 games.
uh,
I
okay.
think it's gonna be the biggest shocker.
Recovery of the file in a row of the present cut and back out in round one.
That's true.
So
Okay, so we had a difference of opinion on both of these. See, my scenario, I'm gonna say because I picked Ottawa and then I picked Florida. Um, I think Ottawa is gonna beat Florida. I'm gonna say seven. That this is gonna be a touch. It's gonna be a tough matchup,
I
but
say count in five.
okay. So you're saying Tampa versus Toronto in how many games?
Five.
Okay, so five and then I have seven. Okay, all right, go down
I my peacock, but yeah, I'm very
because it's
top
fucking
in
Peacock, bro.
peacock.
That's why I watch it on YouTube.
They got it pot on now. Now, John Walt. Okay,
Okay, so we picked Washington and Carolina. I
okay.
think this is gonna be an upset right here. I think Carolina's gonna take Washington in 5 games. Dude, you still have Rod Brendamore as your head coach. You still have every single player from all those runs, dude. They haven't got rid of any of them. Dude, they
I,
have been wanting to win nonstop. So I mean, Carolina's on fire too.
I'm gonna agree, but I'm gonna go and say I
Oh,
think
you're gonna have seven. Okay.
the did it.
Well,
So
I believe isn't this the last year for Ovi? I'm pretty
maybe
sure.
I mean he
I mean,
got
he broke Gretzky's 900 goals.
better, what else will he come
He's
up?
won a Stanley Cup. I mean, he's won a Norris. He's won Player of the Year. I mean, there's been a lot. So I mean, what
He
hasn't he won?
he won't get cut now into their dumb way. Okay,
Right?
uh, I got win a bet and bacon. I'm going to go with a bet and say if you got it.
Um, hold on. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back. All right? Talk amongst yourself.
So, uh, the all paying feature right now. So we got nine calls to do. Uh, real quick. Uh, I really didn't see the Oprah way because on mine, UFC guy, maybe it was a replay. Uh, it said, um, it said, uh, that he and die. So I was like, gonna go watch the news because I bought uh the uh the kit on so on my reality everything I bought is that on it come right on now the non so I'm like what the fuck I got but I'm like yeah damn no right at Rocky what they could do me in the dog though I not gonna be on plane because the pot the it change again. Oh, cool. Um, that on the that is on the it change again. Okay. Among want the Hall of Opinion now. Okay. Uh, um, by poultry. I'm tired, guys.
I'm
Not
back.
lonely.
I'm back.
Okay. In your turn, I got win a pair in six, I say,
For
again.
what?
Win a pair and bacon.
Okay. I have Dallas in Vegas. Hmm.
Tom Gupta.
Oh, it's
Not,
a hard decision because I have
not,
Dallas and Vegas. I mean,
not
Dallas hasn't won a
real.
Stanley Cup since what, 99? Vegas just won their cup 2 years ago.
You
So,
remember 2 years ago when they get demolished, Darwin demolished
oh,
big.
so yeah, payback's a bitch. So, like, yeah, okay. I can see the revenge coming back for it. I can see it. Okay.
No, no.
So, yeah, so I'm gonna take Dallas in 6 games over Vegas just because they
Oh,
want that revenge factor.
okay.
Okay,
I
and then I picked did you do
I
both sides?
think I forgot the I Cat and Bay Hurricane, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say Hurricane inside.
Okay, so I have Ottawa and Carolina, so I'm gonna take Carolina. So it's gonna be Dallas and Carolina in the Stanley Cup for me. Um, I could see Carolina finally winning their second Stanley Cup. Um,
And
yeah,
they won one in
they won in 2006.
Carolina of event in uh Alpa, right down there and one in
Who? Who?
Carolina.
Yeah,
But
they won it in Carolina. Yeah, they
okay.
played oh, who the fuck did they
Oh
play?
yeah, in two
2006.
five and thought they played
2006. No, because
um
2007 was Anaheim and 2008
oh
was the Red Wings.
yeah uh mine I got when I'm back in that I did think that
So ultimately, you have Winnipeg winning the Stanley Cup.
yeah I don't see the movie. Did you play me? He
No,
did.
I mean
They
it's a safe pick. It's a
real
safe pick.
good,
I mean,
but what me be there?
like I said, man, it's a safe pick. I mean, you can't go wrong with it. But me, I'm going against all odds, so I'm literally taking fucking,
Okay.
Carolina. So,
Did you write these down so we know? We
I mean,
got,
how often am I even here? Let's be honest here.
yeah,
So, I mean, does it really matter? No, it's just for fun.
well, AJ got the, okay. I got win, and Aubrey AJ Young B. You done my Aubrey unnamed being new. He that we so on my non be you did you
Mm.
yeah we got moved in July
Are you guys getting kicked
again.
out?
Well, it's in the zone.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you're renting. That's right. I forgot.
Uh,
I
he
mean, that
got
shit happens, bro. I mean, that
he
happens.
got out. He not gonna like get the fuck out. No, he go
So
out.
wait, hold on. So he said you fucking crackheads, get the fuck out of my house. You're gonna burn down that bitch, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty
Wow, wow.
good.
Just
He
like that, huh?
he don't want go. Oh, he brown tell you gotta go.
Well, I'm about to fucking hop on. Like I said, I'm about to hop on to watching the WWE Hall of Fame because I want to see Triple H's induction. So I mean, that's pretty much all I'm gonna be doing.
Me too. And big body jump on my phone and go in my bed and watch.
Hmm.
Forward Casey tonight.
Hey, so are you gonna go on his show and hang out with him?
I might. I
You
mean,
should.
I got the
Man,
mark all
are
night.
are are you not going on there because of fucking Compton?
Well, it caught in there. I won't be a
Why?
uh, I
Why?
don't
Who fucking
know
cares, bro?
a
Who cares?
KT.
Let me ask you this, Mikkel. Why does it bother you? Like for example, you have a fucking
No,
troll in the like for example, Mikkel, you have a
it's
troll in the fucking chat in Pico. I fucking blocked his ass because I don't fucking care. He's a fucking idiot. Why do you care about Compton? Who cares?
he
Just you're there
killed,
to enjoy. You know what I mean?
he
You're there to just hang
killed
out.
about me. He told me I me from somebody. And
Is
I
it his show or is it Casey's show? That's the real question.
yeah, but you know who run the show when Joe you know KT the bit on his home.
Hey, those are your words, not mine. Okay, that's your words, not mine.
I know.
I'm not getting involved with the. I'm not being the tard wrangler. Okay,
Uh,
that's your guys's shit. Whatever, you know.
I
I'm
did.
not getting involved with that.
I did.
But I mean,
Yeah, sorry. I tried to call him Melma. I called him and told me, yo, that Joe didn't want me on Melma that night.
um,
I
I'm trying to
see
remember.
it was like Royal Rumble or something, but
Was it?
KC said, I love you that day, and Joe go, he better not be that pot in my kill. Don't me don't I don't know. I got no problem with Joe,
Oh,
but uh,
hey, you know what I would do though? Just go on there and be friendly. Who fucking cares? If Casey
it,
lets you on, that's cool. I mean,
it will I Casey will his Joe not Balpa his Joe say in a dumb plane and I know Casey he want to be cool.
mm.
Okay.
Well, all I have to say is enjoy your WrestleMania. I probably, I mean, I know tomorrow I'm working late,
Maybe
so like
they
I'll probably like catch probably the tail end of it because I'm literally working like 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow. So
you're not gonna be able to walk it. Yeah, you're
yeah,
gonna
it says it's gonna be 8 hours, dude. It says it's gonna be 8 hours, so they're probably not gonna be over until midnight.
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow night's gonna be 8 hours.
Oh,
It said it's gonna.
but
Yeah, it says it's going until midnight tomorrow.
they're gonna do like AEW did with but Dante, you know how long that show was? 5 hours a day.
I
Five
guess.
hours a
I
day.
guess, bro. I don't know, man. Fucking like I said, I have no clue.
Okay, well, we get you down the below.
All right,
Maybe
man. Well, take it easy. You know, I'm
to,
glad that we got to hang out tonight, and
yeah,
I love the trolls. They all can fuck off and suck my dick. Fuck off and eat shit and die. But all right, buddy.
not
I'll see you
your,
later.
not your mom in say the your it's about people.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggot from Florida. Who gives a fuck? All right, man. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh, okay. By a day, I'm gonna go. I didn't what the operator. I'm gonna go over a bit. Um, I think I tired and but wins candy of 2009. Oh, Kentucky, adult Amen Jake Garcia, nine run down, Ember, Roger Peru, Pratt, Invia, okay, night of day, okay, Anika, John, Kobe, I'm good, but I do come down pit, boom, uh, not that many car, and we did see some red car, Amanda on the insane red, uh, I mean from red, he'll the calm the red, uh, normal, like Tom getting that meal, that, longer, that in cat, oh, and, so I will go back what and we will go over it on Monday. On Sunday of Body will NXT I forgot to put it in zombie. I don't, uh, oh, I don't want pot in the, oh my, okay. I know K-E-K is gonna be, well, the pot, and God. Really well done on zombie. And me and bomb uh blood thinly chili um my favorite player come back K-E-K he'd be in the ball. He fight for Brit and the Brit champion. Right in what? Uh, but I really he can win, but I don't think. I don't know who we got. Our guy, I think they be but and Kate he came, but he uh well I got Kate he came down the come and our guy um alternate and shout in free and my two wild call um uh will win and call that so Valvio Valvio non come no cut maybe that on that we at Tower Day until the no cut rate I I said I think I'm good what in at see yeah I don't know but let's talk the NFT. So we got the ES in bait GTJ and Pia A GG and Payee Cobra and Brock and the best of wit and get tired shot. I will come around day and Brock and but I'm gonna go with Jack and yeah. Then we got Dark Side against the family. Uh, I did like that on Tuesday. The bat say popping off and that got back in outfit time during the but something, but I think top time when I took a cut and dog and fit in a real easy top time will win then then we got Ricky Talk and he Ricky Saint and Ian Pay. I do not really think winning member the NFT team chat. And I got Tank and uh and I think at and player get caught they need to but ain't and think I got that. And Bob the woman no American try. We got 30 K in called Joe and W CG Jane and y'all by PA in the now. Yeah, you that was bought in the mouth of the night. Ooh, help fit away and said, I got about, uh, about where he, so I got so you, when he, and brought the NFT title I got one inside of Julie and Val set and me Val Kilmer and Jolie play and pop. I got set and me Val Kilmer and the me a band with over that real into bar epic from the end at the chat in chat. I got buying the ball. The mom, I don't know. They'll be like open in, but I don't know. I go with open retain. I don't, and yet he called the only so it'll be on fast and the non-combat down. Non-combat down. And we'll get in bed pain, but I think I'm gonna get on my bum at a month. Let's say that. So, um, yeah, on the bum, but Friday night eat at a show. But I need the dog. Oh my god. Goddamn right. And Albion has been in the dog all night. So, yeah, I think I'm going to jump on the phone and I'm going to yeah, will be done now in 2 days.
He's making an entrance that's not on camera yet. Here we go. Now we go. Oh, yeah.
Shit.
There we go. Take your moment. Okay, take it. By the way, let's talk about it, Taz. You're doing the important work right now. You're
So,
doing the important work. You're holding your woman's phone, Art.
oh god damn. The why didn't he preach? I mean, it fucking almost. I feel got bad from your guy in the E. I feel real bad from your guy in the E. I AJ bro, he not gonna walk with that young. Yeah, I eat and it seems it may be 1 o'clock my time. People they get over. I got that in the air. No, he better not win. Go back and watch my birthday.
Yeah, as I keep my eye on the clock, we're like 7 minutes away from the official Hall of Fame ceremony. I am standing by with a man who's going to be extremely busy on WrestleMania Sunday. One-on-one with AJ Styles. The lips are good. Chat. All right, Logan Paul. How you doing, Logan? Yeah, I feel great, man. Humbled, good looking, a little hot. But yeah, I feel good. You feel hydrated? So hydrated. I've been drinking Prime all day, both energy, 18 plus, and hydration. So of course, of course. So, what does the Hall of Fame ceremony mean to a Logan Paul? Dude, the fact that this is my third, fourth year wrestling, and I'm already being inducted into the Hall of Fame, is one of the greatest accomplishments of my life. So,
By me, I won.
incredibly humble. I'm incredibly humble. I'm requesting, and I can't wait for you to see my speech. Are you serious right now? Yeah, no, yeah. My speech is very good. I wrote it with ChatGPT. Whatever, forewarning. It has a little AI in it, but I've been working on it, and I think it's going to make my mom cry. Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone you're going to thank during this acceptance speech? The guys who made it happen. The guys who made it happen. Triple H and Khan. These are guys who believed in me. Guys who I'm so proud to call a boss and a collaborator. And man, I wouldn't be here without them believing in me. So for sure, yeah, I'm gonna name drop them. I think so. Yeah. And what's your message to all the fans who are going to be here to see you apparently get inducted into the Hall of Fame? What do you expect? You know, I told you.
He beat down one day. He beat.
You're just pulling my leg, right? Huh? You're not joshing me right now. If I was pulling your leg, it'd be a single leg takedown. You'd be on your back. One. Okay. We're gonna keep digging this hole. All right. Well, Logan, yeah, congrats, man, on the Hall of Fame induction, dude. Funny, bro. So you saw fun? Yeah. That was okay. Super awkward. Peter. Yeah. Jackie. I don't know what just happened. Well, we have no idea what just happened. We have 90 seconds left, Jackie.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
He's here too.
Well, okay, listen. Paul, great to see you. You know, I want to ask you. I know I could ask you about the match tomorrow. I could ask you about a lot of things, but I do want to ask you about Paul Triple H Levesque being inducted.
GA down saying I get EA PRO involved of what in me. I don't like it.
Had to fill, and he's done it brilliantly and magnificently and with honor and with a collaborative effort with so many different creative people on so many different levels. I cannot convey in words how much respect I have and admiration that I have for the man.
So I gotta go bathroom. You know, a brand 1 minute. So I'll be right back. I think they'll go to the in that but here we go, and when I come back I'm gonna jump on the phone. You're gonna see me in the John Cena call in that, I can maybe the Rock will too, but that's too headline. Yeah, they pop up with that. It's a rock. I doubt the rock gonna be down. I doubt it don't make sense. Well, it kinda does, but it wasn't their the bill. I mean, from the time, but I thought we would get in the night. I was waiting for the final bumper. now and golf. I'd be right back. Don't go nowhere, will. I number in the all the pain when I come back. But I gotta go, you're the best when die. I yeah, right now you're not much all the right a but income silver right back. Right. Yeah. I don't think so, Corey. Okay, I'll be right back. If I put into play, my goal is to get to Hammers by Sunday. Oh, I don't, all pain, but be right back, guys.
ceremony. The past, the present, and the future. Superstars are here tonight and their families. We welcome you. All the WWE fans who sold out of this place. Spend the night with us in Las Vegas. Sold out here tonight. At the Blue Line Theater, thank you for coming, and of course the millions watching at home around the world. That's right, tonight is such a magical evening celebrating this business on the back.
Okay, on the kit meow. Hold on. Yeah, me. On my phone. The milk did get it off.
Fast forward to 1985, freshman Syracuse University. I bought a ticket.
Video Galaxy Mint Probably
12 years later, 1997, I
is
began
that Gunza.
here in WWE.
Oh my God.
I've done just about everything. I even had a match.
Me Bob Slay.
But the biggest thrill of my entire career
It's
that
but this job. Oh yeah. Shit. So, Gumpa. Sorry, guys. So, I'll be right back. Check me out.
even dirty down.
Hey, my phone now.
The most experienced actions in sports entertainment.
Oh, I can
This
breathe
star
out.
quickly evolved.
Lex Luger has won the World Heavyweight Championship.
Lex parlayed that popularity right into WWE. Fans were pumped to get a peek at those pecs.
the greatest specimen walking on earth. Lex Luger.
Yeah, Luger.
That's the wheels in motion for one of the most memorable stunts in history. A cross-country tour of America.
Part of my childhood is remembering the Lex Express.
However, the All-American's biggest highlight came when he ditched the
I
highway
didn't like
for the
that.
speedway.
Damn it. I didn't really like that.
Confronting this 500-plus-pound world champion that no mortal man could slam.
It was in the Dramatic Slam. Lex Luger slammed on one of our awards.
Oh,
Lex Luger was American, I think.
The total package sent shockwaves through the wrestling world, transferring back to familiar terms.
Lex Luger was instrumental to the success of Nitro.
Leading to one of the biggest moments in WCW history.
Yeah.
In an emphatic statement, in an outstanding career.
Lex has
What
covered every aspect of this business.
And now, we have a special delivery for the total package, Lex Luger.
On behalf of WWE, we would like you to be part of the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, now here's the induction to the Hall of Fame. Is a three-time WCW World Champion and a man who has changed countless lives around the world with his DDT yoga, including Lex Luger's life. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Hall of Famer, Diamond Dallas Page. It's me.
And you got me. Don't try me.
Good evening, everyone. It is me. It is D. But I can't even begin to tell you how honored I am to be asked for a second time to induct another one of our brothers into the WWE Hall of Fame. Tonight, we're not just here to celebrate the impact that Lex Luger had on our business, because believe me, that alone would be enough. Tonight, we're also here to honor a transformation, a rebirth. The story of a man who lost everything the world told him mattered, and yet somehow came out on the other end stronger. When Lawrence Cole came into this world, it seemed like God gave him every gift in the book. He was handsome, he was strong, and he was fast. At 270 pounds, Lex was running a 4.640. Whether he was on the gridiron, the Miami Hurricanes, or in the pros, the CFL, USFL, or the NFL, Lex has always been regarded as a physical specimen, even among giants. So when he stepped in the ring in 1985, you knew Lex Luger was going to be ready. By 1987, he joined forces with a legendary four horsemen, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, and the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. From the NWA to WCW to WWE, Lex carved out a legacy. As the narcissist, let's just say Lex never saw a mirror he didn't like. But he wasn't just looks. When the 568-pound Yokozuna seemed untouchable, you just watched it right there on the screen. Enter the Lex Express, a nationwide tour that rallied fans from coast to coast, and Lex was getting better known than butter and toast. All ending on the USS Intrepid, where Lex snatched the big guy and body slammed him in the middle. Fast forward, September 4th, 1995, at the Mall of America, a night that would change the world of professional wrestling forever. Now, I believe Lex was supposed to be on Raw that night. But he no-showed. Well, because he a disruptor. And he had a shot to be on the debut of the Monday Night Nitro. And my friends, that was the first shot fired. In a new era of professional wrestling known as the Monday Night Wars. During his career, Lex made waves and created memories. But for all the legends facing the ring, nothing compared to the battle faced outside of it. In the 90s, we lived like rock stars. It was a lifestyle that could chew you up and spit you out. And for Lex, it nearly destroyed him. And as the story is told, the Lord give it, and the Lord take it away. As crazy as it sounds, I was there that fateful night that Lex became a quadriplegic. I hadn't seen Lex in over 5 years. But on that day, God put me in that room. I had no idea my buddy was completely paralyzed. I helped the EMT put him in a gurney. Lex had lost his physical gifts from God. It's a story that's more far-fetched than any wrestling angle. The amazing thing is, if you ever get a chance to talk to Lex about it, he'll tell you it's not a tragedy. You see, Lex realized that real strength isn't something you show in the spotlight. Real strength is something you build in the shadows. You see, Lex just didn't survive that fall. He let go of his ego and surrendered to something much bigger. He found purpose in pain. He chose faith over fear, hope over despair, conviction over regret. Lex realized in a world that can often seem so divided, if we can just focus on building each other up instead of tearing each other down, our impact will echo far beyond our time. If anything, it shows us that even in our darkest hour, there is always hope. So let tonight stand as proof that there is always hope. Tonight, we honor the legend of Lex Luger. But more importantly, we celebrate the man that Lawrence Bowl has become. Tonight I present to you the very first inductee to the class of 2025, one of the most humble human beings I've ever known. He is my friend. He is my mentor. He is the prodigal son. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome WWE Hall of Famer, the total package.
Yeah, you good. Oh. 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 All right. Now the best part is, please be seated. We had to call it out for last minute. I took a buck in my Uber car into my wheelchair at the Atlanta airport yesterday. We had a longer walk plan, didn't we? It was a longer walk. But I'm standing for this. Damn. Yeah. Hallelujah. Man, what a journey. What a roller coaster ride. From the penthouse to the jailhouse to no house, living out of a hotel. Man, what a journey. If you'd asked me 20 years ago, I'd be standing on this stage when I W Hall of Fame, I would say, you're out of your mind. I thought I was toxic. I thought it was radioactive, that I'd never have anything to do with the wrestling business again. Man, here I am. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I'd like to thank all my friends. This guy is something else, man. He is relentless. So, all my friends out there who have hung with me and supported me, have been with me, even when I was unlovable, I want to thank them. I want to thank my family who's always been with me. I want to thank that jail chaplain I met, Pastor Steve, who led me to the Lord on April 23rd of 06. No. Oh, great God.
And prior to that, there's a story about, I want to thank the fans. When I got into jail, thank you, the last time, Pastor Steve always pulled into the Walmart parking lot. I always asked people, I'd come in, I go, no, I'm good, man. And so finally, after about time after time, he said, hey, Lex, how can you go? And they go, you old Lex. Go. Said, man, go. Steve, I don't do Walmart.
You won't go back.
Avenue and all that stuff. So finally, just to satisfy, I went in and I was a guy who wrestled, but didn't really grow up watching wrestling. So I was a wrestler who didn't really, I didn't get the fans. I thought they're like, I thought you were out of your minds. I thought you all were crazy. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. But I finally walked in that Walmart for the first time in my life. And it's a time when I felt unlovable in my life. I didn't care. I was living out of a hotel. I was doing my community service, cleaning out dog cages and cat cages. And I didn't care if I woke up the next day to be honest with you. I'm not saying it down, but man, I had pretty much given up hope. And you, the fans, in that Walmart, finally, Pastor Steve said, you want to come in? I go, all right, I'll go into Walmart. The love and the commotion and just that the fans showed me in that Walmart was absolutely amazing. It gave me hope. It gave me a light. And I want to, wrestling fans, now I've gone full circle. I've gone from a wrestler who wasn't a fan to I'm a big wrestling fan now. The things that the things that this generation, you guys are doing is absolutely mind-boggling. The athleticism,
and where WG's gone as a company. It's a global phenomenon. I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm glad to be up here. I mean, my family, I want to thank them. They've always been with me no matter what. I'm so thankful to them. Pastor Steve, who walked me to the foot of the cross in a hotel room April 23rd of 06. Thank you, Steve. He was there when I got for my salvation. He was there for my ordination. He was there for my recent marriage. So the trifecta. So thank you, Pastor Steve.
There you
To
go.
my beautiful wife, Robin. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so grateful. Most of all, I talked a little bit about Cody when he dropped the bombshell on me at Dee's house. My mom was very low key about my wrestling career. And every year she said, I got the joy of taking care of her last 7 years of her life. She passed recently. And my mom always would say, do you think they're ever going to put you in that Hall of Fame? I don't know, Mom, maybe someday. So, Mom, I hope God's giving you glimpses for now. We made it, Mom. And I'll see you there. We can celebrate together and have it when I get there. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
You go like the wrong but seem to bend down
Like the emotional moment earlier tonight,
in
Triple H
your
presenting
face.
the Hall of Fame ring to Lex Luger.
Is what we in the
Ladies and
vow.
gentlemen, again tonight, main event of the Hall of Fame, a man that has meant a lot to Pat and I and also to all of us in this room. Triple H should be inducted into the Hall of Fame. An absolute legend, obviously, goes by a lot of names.
No.
The cerebral assassin, the King of Kings. Some of us call him, from his original name, Terra Rising. And speaking of Terra Rising, Michael Cole decided to do a little bit of that whenever he wanted to play cosplay as Triple H in the past. We're going to go to Pat Strader, please, to showcase this match, showing a little respect to Triple H. Now, whenever you see this, understand that this is not a professional athlete. This is a man who just wanted to show a little bit of love. Go ahead and play that thing. Because what we're seeing here is a guy who knows he's in the middle of an arena. He's not supposed to be in. And he knows. Do you stop right there? Man, those tights. I never had a situation go like that. Right there. Never. Got a little baby pecs, you're not doing this back there. But what you're about to do out of your mouth is going to embarrass you and your family forever. Everybody knows this. Play that thing. You're spitting all over yourself. An oral cream pie to your face. Pause. Who are these people on your back? And how mad are they that this is the first time they're being seen? They're my kids. One kid upset. Two kids upset. Dad, put a shirt on. You look like a... Play it, please. He says, don't you worry about it, kids. It's only going to get worse. You know, all these professional wrestlers are able to get up on the ring with ease. Not your dad. I'm going to break my hip and my back. Get my fat ass up here. Triple H, pause. That's what it's supposed to look like. Right there. Easy comparison. With this thing going on. The little baby cheeks and your little baby tights go on to squirt all over your face. You gotta play.
I do.
And everybody in this arena will remember the evening that they were terrorized by a guy honoring. Pause. Pause. Look at that flavor saver you used to have. Where's that thing at?
Broken.
Where's that
Right.
Anyways,
Oh my
Triple
God.
H, he's a legend, and even though it might be disrespectful, that was in honor of him. Correct? Yeah, it was. I got better though at SummerSlam. Yeah, absolutely. Every time water comes out of your mouth, everybody thinks that, oh, this guy is the next Triple H. Yeah, it is. It's obviously a fantastic evening. We cannot wait to celebrate Mr. H. Bailey, what are you laughing at? Paul Heyman, you look a little lonely out here, bud. Didn't you? Yeah, how's everything going with the tribal chief? Well, just kind of all by himself down here, sticking out like a sore thumb. Big weekend for you, Paul. Cody, great interview tonight with Cena as well. Really good. Hey, tonight we are also going to honor those who paved the way for us, obviously, throughout this wonderful genre that we all work in, who made an incredible mark on everyone in the history of the business.
That's right, and we have the Legacy Award is what we give out, and we have our first recipient, and I'm going to be honest, this man scared the absolute hell out of me.
Kamala, a superstar with an immense
Yeah, come on.
with Coke horse, 6'7", over 400 pounds.
Yeah,
That wasn't intimidating enough. How about the way Kamala competed?
I mean, you think big and you think strong. I remember it was like, oh, big fella.
A very high threshold of pain, a very unorthodox man, a very dangerous individual indeed.
Terrifying, unpredictable, daunting. Kamala was unique.
It was just awesome. It just worked.
An unsettling sight for opponents who had never experienced anything like it.
Oh, I remember.
Behind all the body pain lay the heart of a warrior. And now Kamala is immortalized, a member of the 2025 legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please help us welcome Kamala's wife, Jean Harris, who is here tonight.
Hey, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next inductee, it seems like just yesterday that she burst on the scene here in WWE, a 3-sport star, and she was actually a school teacher in Florida and part of the inaugural Diva Search.
Not only a part of the inaugural Diva Search, she's the first ever Divas champion and also the first ever Diva and Women's champion whenever she unified the title. Also a stupendous tag team wrestler.
Oh,
Really cool.
Yeah.
Indeed. Let's take a look at our next inductee.
What we do?
Michelle, Hall of Fame season is upon us. I would like to tell you right now that
Thank you so much.
I mean, I
When people think about the Divas era,
yeah,
I think they
it's very cool.
she was one of the few that broke down the boundaries of not wrestling like a diva. She was athletic, strong, she was pretty.
Her very name evokes confidence.
Michelle McCool!
Michelle often kept her course, helping the all-American girl become the first ever Divas champion. Michelle McCool! And 4-time women's champion.
every time that she went out there, she made the most of every moment.
Michelle was a mild-mannered middle school teacher until one day she accepted a friend's dare to enter the 2004 WWE Diva Search.
I'm not one to take big leaps like this, but it's something I've always wanted to do and just did it finally.
We're moving on to fire. Talk about a crash course. Michelle went from hitting the books to hitting the ropes. And it wasn't long until the former teacher was schooling opponents. I think Michelle McCool could be the best all-around athlete in WWE. Michelle shot to superstardom, even ending up back in a classroom of sorts.
You're absolutely right.
No surprise she graduated with honors.
Eating.
That's the same spot Michelle's tag team played.
Of course, we all make cool. That's a good point.
One of the most successful winning seasons ever. Very cool.
Another
Undertaker. The Undertaker. A marriage made in heaven and hell.
By no means did I want to meet him in person or in a dark alley. Never in a million years thought I would marry the guy.
She's truly been a blessing. I don't really know where I would be without her.
Just reach in here. All I have to do.
And isn't it appropriate that Michelle has become a teacher once again? What began as a dare is now an unforgettable journey. A driving force from the Divas era to the women's evolution. She's a trailblazer, a true leader. Thank goodness this McCool was too cool for school.
You don't go from school teacher to a WWE superstar. I think she was just fearless. I just don't think people understand how amazing I really am.
WWE proudly welcomes Michelle McCool into the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, here now to induct Michelle McCool into the class of 2025 Hall of Fame is a fellow Hall of Famer. A fellow member of her household. It's her husband, Pat. Bingo! Ladies and gentlemen, The Undertaker.
I'm saying, cool. I'd be right there.
All right. Let's settle down. Look, it's Vegas. It's Friday night. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Thank you. It's always nice to be back in front of the WWE Universe. Yeah, that's you guys. That's you. But tonight, I'm not here as the Phenom. I'm not here as the dead man. No, I'm not. Tonight, I'm just Mark. Or a Mark. Before you even say it, Stephanie. I'm a husband and a father. And a man who gets to honor one of the greatest people that I've ever known in life and in this business. Michelle didn't walk into the WWE with a famous last name or a promise. She came here with her working boots on and something to prove. She didn't ask for anything, but she went out and earned everything. Man, I'm going to.
Sorry, Don Bell.
She was so strong
in your bar.
that when we first got together, all right, now you know she chased me for months. Finally wore me down. Anyway, that's my story. Anyway, she says to me, "You will never speak on my behalf." I'm like, okay. And she meant it.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, I was a little taken back.
Goodbye.
So, not knowing really what to say, I clapped back. Well, when I do speak, you better listen. That's right. I think it was about 3 months before I could eat solid food again. She was the first Divas champion, the first woman to hold both the women's title and the Divas championship. She was one half of the iconic Team Lay Cool. A team that redefined what it meant to be bold, to be fearless, to be hungry. And let's be honest, they made being Mean Girls, they made that cool too. She was a pioneer before the women's evolution had a name. She carried the weight of expectations, of disrespect, and she flipped it on them every time she stepped between those ropes. But the most amazing thing about Michelle, it's not the titles, it's not the camera gear, the Uggs, or even promos or classic matches. It's who she is when the camera is a I don't first and foremost, go right on my bones. She's a woman of faith. She's a mother who leads with love. She's the strongest person in our family, and I say that without a hint of hesitation. She picked me up when I couldn't get off the mat. She made me a better man, a better father, and a better person. Michelle stepped away from the WWE still at the top of her game to be something even more important to her, a mother. But even in her time away, her fingerprints are still all over the women's division today. And let's be clear, without Michelle McCool, a whole lot of women would not have gotten the opportunities that they thrive on now. And we all know that our women's division is smashing it. So tonight I get to do something that I wanted to do for a very long time. Babe, you're more than a Hall of Famer. You're a legend. You're my best friend. And you are, without question, the toughest, classiest, fierce woman I have ever known. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the pride of Palatka, Florida, my wife and your newest member of the WWE Hall of Fame, Michelle McCool. Yay, down.
Another man in love with me. Another man, gotta open up your eyes and see. You're not enough for me.
Yay, down. You don't know what I'm saying.
He told a few lies. I might have to switch things up. It is wild How some of the biggest moments just sneak up on you. No music, no build up, no heads up, just boom, there it is. And for me, it takes me back to one particular moment. It's 2004. I'm in the backseat of my parents' car. It feels like just another normal afternoon. And then my phone rings. It's a 203 area code. Connecticut, WWE headquarters. My pulse kicks into overdrive. My heart is racing. And yet, I let it go to voicemail.
I'm in, dog.
Instantly, I flash back to college, holding a Tough Enough application I'd carefully filled out, stared at for weeks, and then tossed in the trash. I was scared. Not of the work, not of the dream. I was scared of failing. See, wrestling, it wasn't just entertainment in our house. It was sacred. It was family. It was bonding with my dad and Pat. It was yelling at the TV and staying up late on Monday nights. Wrestling was serious business in the McCool household. Some months later, I'm watching Monday Night Raw, and something called the Diva Search pops up on my TV. I figure, what the heck? Take some photos, send in the paperwork. I don't tell a soul, and I wait. Because if no one knows, no one will know if I failed. Fast forward to that day in the back seat. My nerves are shot. I press play, and I hear, Michelle, we loved your photos, and we want to see you in New York City for the Diva Search. In shock, I start giggling uncontrollably. My parents turn around, puzzled smiles on their faces, wondering, what is going on? Have I lost my mind? Maybe. Or maybe I just found it. Because at that moment, somewhere between the voicemail, the giggles, and the disbelief, something clicks. I realize my life is about to change. What if I'm enough? Not just good enough, not just tough enough, but enough just as I am. This may be my story tonight, but it's your story too. You are enough, period. So tonight, I'm taking you outside the ropes to share what I like to call my flawless finishes. The first one, literally learned the hard way. It's Thanksgiving, 1985. I'm 5 years old, sitting at the kids' table, surrounded by my older brother and 3 mischievous cousins. They decide a food fight is a good idea. And of course, I'm the innocent bystander. Flawless, remember? Then a dinner roll smacks me square in the face. Chaos erupts. My dad walks in. Court is in session. Guess who gets blamed? Me, the baby. I get the look. Y'all get the look? Yeah, the look that says, I'm in trouble. I grew up in a time where spare the rod, spoil the child. It was put into practice. So, my dad gives me a slight pop on my hand, and in my sweetest yet toughest 5-year-old voice, I look him right in the eyes and say, that didn't hurt. So, he pops me again. And again, I say, that didn't hurt. By the third pop, slightly upgraded, I finally break. That hurt. I'll tell you what that moment taught me, though. And it stayed with me from the kitchen to the canvas. Grit doesn't mean you don't feel the pain. It means you keep showing up even when it hurts. That same grit carried me into every arena I stepped into. Night after night, match after match, I had to earn my place all over again. And the titles, guys, the titles, they don't come without scars. But those scars prove you fought. And more importantly, they prove you didn't quit. Life will often limit your opportunities and challenge your voices, but it can never limit your fight. That part is up to you. And once you're back in the fight, that's when the real challenge begins. Because the higher you rise, the louder the noise gets. Which makes me think of another flawless finish. Ignore the noise. Now, I don't know how many of y'all were around during the Divas era, but things weren't always easy. Honestly, I can't think of a single time they were. But I do love a good fight. It's Laypool versus Natalia. One of my favorite rivalries. At one point, y'all, we were literally told, pull your punches. They look too good. What do you even do with that? I'll tell you what I did. I kept my head down. I remained quiet and confident, and I worked harder than ever before. Eventually, we got rewarded with the first ever women's tables match. The noise said, tone it down. But my heart said, fight harder. Because in wrestling and in life, people will always have opinions about who you should be and what you're capable of. But the reality is, what you tolerate is what you validate, and not every voice deserves your attention. If I had listened to every critic, every voice that doubted whether women belonged in the ring or why I was even here in the first place, I might have surrendered. Had I surrendered, I would have missed moments like standing across from an 87-year-old Mae Young, and yes, I was terrified, who looked Laypool dead in the eyes and said, I demand a no disqualification match with these two hussies. Let's go, you little brats. Y'all know she didn't say brats, but Hall of Fame speech, so we'll keep it classy. Here's something I tell myself often, and especially these past few weeks. Don't let the noise around you drown out the truth inside you, because your calling is bigger than their commentary. My last flawless finish. Failure isn't fatal. I hate failing. Always have, probably always will. But never wanting to burden anyone with any struggles that I have. Many of you may not know that I've dealt with severe kidney and liver disease for over 25 years. Returning from an overseas tour, one I don't remember to this day, I called my parents from New York and I simply say, I'm sick. Again. By the time I land at the airport, they're waiting. We go straight to the hospital and I'm admitted. I don't leave for 16 days. 16 days of hallucinations, 16 days of nobody knowing what's going on, not even my doctors. But thanks to those hallucinations, I wasn't alone in that room. See, Tori Wilson's sweet face was on every ceiling tile. Matt Hardy's head was mounted like a deer coming out of my AC vent. John Cena, Big Show, they were guarding the parking lot. Chavo Guerrero was fighting everybody in sight. I was literally calling Charmel in the middle of the night, asking for my toothbrush. Layla was sneaking Diet Mountain Dew in for me. And apparently, according to my mom, all I talked about nonstop was, take her, take her, take her. Not sure I believe that one, but okay, Mom. Back to the hospital. My family is scared. My doctors are stumped. But somewhere in the middle of all that chaos, my stubborn subconscious keeps whispering, this is temporary. Little by little, I fight my way back. And from that hospital bed, I discover a life-changing truth. Failure doesn't end your story. It's what defines it. Because every great comeback needs just one thing, A fall worth fighting through. Tonight, I stand here, a small town girl from Palatka, Florida, who, despite dreaming big, would have never imagined being inducted to the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame. I find it no coincidence that today is Good Friday, the day my Lord and Savior sacrificed it all. The sacrifices made inside the ring and all around the world, they will always hold the most special place in my heart. And some of the most meaningful moments, they didn't just happen inside the ring, they happened far beyond it. Standing in war zones on tribute to the troops tours, locking eyes with kids in hospitals where strength takes a different shape. Cheering on Special Olympic athletes who define what it means to fight with joy. Those are the moments that changed me. Because real power isn't found in the spotlight. Legacy isn't a title run or a main event. Y'all, it's how you treat people when there's no spotlight at all. WWE Universe, thank you. Through every step back, every evolution, you showed up. Y'all are the reason that I continue to make that walk to the ring. Real talk, I normally ran to the ring because we only had 3 to 4 minutes start to finish, but you get the point. You cheered us, you challenged us, and you stood by us when the world barely looked our way. So thank you. WWE, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving this small town girl a chance to live out her dream. To my incredible WWE family, Tori Wilson, thank you for your endless friendship and your beautiful soul. Sharmell, no questions asked, I've got your back, even in a Philippines mall. Lisa, thank you for all the laughs and reminding me to have fun in the moments. Natty, thank you for never backing down from the fight and doing it with humor and humbleness. Fit Finley, thank you for being our voice and fighting for us when nobody else did. Kathy Morrell, John Cone, thank you for being the literal glue that holds everything together. Steph, thank you for being an amazing leader, but more importantly, a friend. Layla, my little yes. My little flawless British bestie, my partner in crime, my better half again to my gang. Who would have thought that two complete opposites would fit so perfectly together? I absolutely adore you. And I was thinking we could always rewind, run it back one more time. I don't know what y'all think, but I'm just saying it could be flawless. Mom and Dad, thank you for instilling grit, strength, and unwavering love. Jeff, thank you for always having my back, whether I asked you to or not. My sweet Kai of faith, in a world full of noise, be the quiet confidence. Know your worth, trust your sweet little soul, dream big, work hard, and fail forward. Keep your heart open to his whispers, love you, okay? Be unapologetically you, because you, baby girl, are more than enough. Cole Compton, my books. Your laughter lights up my world. Never let circumstances define who you are. Prove people wrong and prove yourself right. To you both, I love you the most. The end. I win. Into the love of my life, my dear husband, Mark. I've got nothing. Just kidding. You are an inspiration to so many people, including myself. And despite the lies you told earlier, your persistence, the way you chased me for so many months, impressive. Not taking no for an answer, impressive. And the way you finally got me to cave and say yes, even more impressive. But seriously, I love you with every ounce of my being, and I thank God every day I get to call you my husband. You are my rock, my protector, my soulmate, my whole heart. I absolutely love you, babe.
And for the record, yes, ironically, my theme song says, "You're not enough for me." I came to love that. It sounds just like the world. All the doubt, the noise, the voices that try to tell you you're not worth it, I used it. Every time my music hit, it reminded me to stand taller, fight harder, and finish stronger. Not just for me, but for every single person who's ever been told they weren't enough. So tonight, I'll leave you with this challenge. When the world tries to break you, grit, don't quit. When the noises around you doubt your strength or worth, ignore the noise. And when setbacks seem overwhelming, remember, failure isn't fatal. Because the girl in the back seat, the one too afraid to pick up the phone, she answered it anyway. And she discovered something undeniable. No applause, no status, no title will ever define your worth. She finally believed she was enough. And believing it, truly believing it, that changes everything. Thank y'all.
Another man enough with me. Gotta open up your eyes and see.
Congratulations to Michelle McCool earlier today. Immortalized with her Hall of Fame ring presented by fellow Hall of Famer Triple H. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen, tonight at the sold out Hall of Fame. We have plenty more to come, including the induction of the game.
Okay, I'm good. I'll get a shot in now.
A warrior forged in honor's fire, with calloused hands and heart's desire. He traveled far through lands unknown to claim the throne that he had grown. His every step a sacred oath to teach hard work his only worth. His soul is tempered by the fight, where truth and virtue guide his fight. He pushes to prove that greatness must be earned, that honor lights the flame which can't be burned.
It's not being good.
But here a new challenger stands, born to fortune with golden hands. No battle scar, no humble start, just riches fueling his hungry heart. Traditions call, he casts aside, his soul adrift in selfish pride.
Logan Paul, outstanding right here in the middle of the ring. We know what you want. You want that big money match with Logan Paul. So how about this, buddy? Why don't you set your sights a little higher? Logan Paul and AJ Styles at WrestleMania.
And now they meet, their eyes are set. The grandest stage where dreams are met. The crowd will roar, lights will blind. As these two collide, their fates entwine. One fights for honor, one for fame. Each with a vision, yet none the same. For in this clash the world will see which path in truth leads to victory. Beneath the sky, the setting sun, 1,000,000 hearts will beat as one. One will be left standing. The other shall fall. This is the tale of AJ Styles and Logan Paul.
And welcome back to the Fontainebleau Hotel in the Strip in Las Vegas. This is the 2025 WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony. This brings us to our next recipient of the WWE Hall of Fame Legacy Award, a man who revolutionized the new style of professional wrestling.
Hardcore, the word that defines Dory Funk Sr., both in the ring and out. Dory's toughness, legendary, popularizing the Texas Death Match.
A Texas death match is a bloody, no holds barred fight to the finish.
They say that I am as mean as an old sidewinder rattlesnake from Texas.
Oh my God.
Dory transformed from a hard-nosed hellraiser to a prominent promoter for the Amarillo-based Western States Sports.
He helped shape the careers of many wrestling legends.
But perhaps his greatest legacy, raising and training his two sons, Hall of Famers Terry Funk and Dory Funk Jr., the only pair of brothers ever to both hold the World Heavyweight Championship. Dory's dedication to the industry never wavered, and now that legacy lives on, joining his sons in the hallowed hall as part of the 2025 legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Thank you to the WWE Universe. The Funks are together again. Please help us in welcoming family of Dory Funk Jr., Dory Funk Jr. and Stacy Funk, granddaughters of Dory Funk Sr.
So many wonderful faces here tonight. My old friend Haku, I see him out there. How you doing? Damian Priest, big match tomorrow night at WrestleMania. Becky Lynch is here. And of course, Seth. Anyhow, we're here, of course, to celebrate Triple H and his induction into the Hall of Fame tonight. We have a very special package that was put together by Tom Rinaldi from Fox Sports to celebrate the game.
The game. That damn good. Hunter Hearst Helmsley. The different identities, the varied stages, but for Paul Triple H Levesque, there have been three constants through the journey. Passion.
There is nobody that eats, sleeps, or breathes this business more than me.
Persistence.
Oh, that's not good. Triple H barely able to stand.
Purpose.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
Start with passion. A bodybuilding phenom who was Mr. Teenage New Hampshire, Paul was prodigiously strong when he started training with the great Killer Kowalski.
The first bump I ever took in a wrestling ring, I fell in love with it.
That spark would only spread as Paul built a career that would take him through characters.
I am Jean-Paul Levesque.
And eras.
Are you ready? Get a nice shot of the brand new Mr. and Mrs. Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
From rivalries
First ring for only one man at the top of the mountain.
to championships.
Yes! Triple H has realized his dream. He is now champion.
Finding a way to do it all with a flair for the moment, a zeal for the matches, a love for the game. In the highest moments and the hardest. That's when he showed persistence. Often he could have stopped. In 1996, after the infamous curtain call at MSG,
This goes back to the click. This goes back to Madison Square Garden and saying goodbye to my friends. Every old timer, they were mortified. It was against everything they ever stood up for in the business.
asked over and punished for doing what no one had done before.
I was supposed to go from winning King of the Ring into a huge program with Shawn Michaels, the WWE champion. That's gone.
He came back, even bigger.
Guys talk about being students of the game. I am the game.
He could have quit in 2001 after tearing his quad in a tag team match.
Planted my leg as I hit him and it just popped. You know, couldn't really stand by and finish the match.
Finish the match.
Yeah, it really wasn't the smartest thing in the world to do, but
Impossibly in just 8 months, he was back, even better.
This is a slaughter. This is a steady roar.
He could have left in 2021 when a cardiac event nearly ended his life.
you know, there's moments in there when they're putting you out for stuff and you think, is this it? You know, do you wake up for this?
Cole would leave the ring, but never leave the game. In fact, he's become more essential, more integral, more vital to the business than ever before. That brings us to purpose.
I didn't get in this business to be rich. I didn't get in it for any other reason. It's to be great.
That's always been there. As a superstar who would start his day in production meetings, a headliner who was building the NXT franchise for the future.
Guys are changing the way people look at women athletes. It's awesome to have it.
A brand name that wanted to build stories beyond his own. A legend that believed he would and could lift WWE into an even higher realm, crafting another evolution, creating another generation of memories.
You see, in this industry, just like in life, everything evolves.
That's what all of that has done, because that's who he is. A celebrated champion, a creative force, a visionary leader, driven by the greatest force of all, love, forever, for others, for the game.
And indeed it is, as Stephanie said, the Paul Levesque era. Triple H will be out here in just a few moments to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. His family's here tonight. Lovely wife, children, of course his mother-in-law as well. Also here tonight is a legendary manager, Hall of Famer in his own right. Jimmy Hart is here at the Hall of Fame. And I bring Jimmy up because Jimmy put together one of the most powerful and influential tag teams in the history of WWE. They would go on to become tag team champions, and
have a legendary rivalry with the Legion of Doom.
These men were so big, they were so powerful, the earth moved when they walked. And there was a reason they were called the natural disasters.
Do you feel your whole world coming to an end? You feel the walls shaking, the ground breaking?
What happens when you combine two of Earth's most devastating forces?
They're gonna feel the typhoon splash and the earthquake.
You get a disaster of truly epic proportions.
They were
In 1991, sumo wrestler John Cena, known as Earthquake, joined forces with the equally massive Typhoon, then known as Tugboat.
Now we're the biggest, the biggest, and the baddest. You fear no one.
The two behemoths thundered through WWE, becoming one of the most popular tag teams.
There were two different characters that came together in the tag team that just fit.
The disasters amazed crowds. Not only with their enormous size and power, but with their surprising athleticism.
They weren't just rumbling big men. They were big men that could move.
I don't like the
They stand over 6'7", together they weigh over a half a ton, and they will be the next World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. Nobody is taking these away from us.
In 1993, the natural disasters disbanded, but their aftershock is still felt to this day.
A lot of what you see in modern big men was kind of pioneered in the 95 Typhoon by Earthquake.
My finishing move, which is the tsunami, is of course another natural disaster.
The natural disasters will be remembered like any huge storm. Unique, powerful, awe-inspiring.
I wish there were more teams like the natural disasters. The legacy the natural disasters leave behind is one of, I want some more of that. Hopefully they inspire the next generation.
Natural disasters rule. How about that?
WWE is proud to induct Earthquake and Typhoon, the natural disasters, into the 2025 class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please help us welcoming Typhoon Fred Ottman, his son Berkeley Ottman, dog, I must add, and for the late John Tenta, his wife Josephine, his grandson Joe, his daughter Joanna Tenta, and his son John Tenta Jr.
Almost 20 years ago, a few months before our dad died, I got home from school, wandered into my parents' room, and found my dad sitting on the floor in front of my parents' bed with VHS tapes spread out in front of him. He smiled and invited me to join him. He was watching a taping of Primetime Wrestling, and it was his Quake Burger segment. He was cracking up and quoting his own lines, and telling me how that segment raised a lot of in that moment, it was Earthquake entertaining John Tenta, just like he entertained all of you. I love this memory because it shows the stark contrast between the vicious heel in the ring and the warm, gentle giant that I'm so thankful and proud to call my dad. I also share this memory because at the time it was bittersweet. I assumed my dad was reflecting about his life nearing its end. 20 years later, I'm sure that was certainly part of it, but I also see a person with an unbelievably full life to look back on and reflect on, and he was able to know that he'd achieved his life's dream. Thank you, first and foremost, to the fans who made that dream come true. He was grateful for your support always. And thank you to the WWE for honoring him and Fred with this tremendous recognition.
Online.
I always admired my dad for being unapologetic for himself. He was dependable and worked hard, but he was also silly, compassionate, and didn't take himself too seriously. He taught me that you could be both fierce and gentle, with gentleness often requiring more strength. Wanting to carry on his spirit and legacy gave me courage to step into the ring last year and start training to follow in his footsteps. My dad once said he wanted to be remembered as a pretty good heel who played his part well. Now, because of his work with Uncle Fred, he will also be remembered as a pretty good babyface. Uncle Fred, thank you for being such a wonderful friend to our father, for bringing to life so many moments together in the ring, and for bringing so much joy to our dad's life outside of it. I still have an image in my mind from years ago of you and my father laughing like two men half your age and size on the Dumbo ride at Disney World. To see that you could be strong and imposing, but still embrace your inner child is what this is all about. So thank you, Fred. Thank you for being a part of that. If my dad were here tonight, I know he'd want to celebrate you for all you are and for all you gave.
First of all, I want to tell you all how grateful that the natural disasters are being put in to the 2025 Hall of Fame. Thank you, WWE. And John, Joanna, thank you for all those beautiful things that you just said. It means a lot to me. I just wish your dad was here next to me. He was my best friend. You know, we spent over 300 days a year on the road together, you know, and I loved him. He was my brother from another mother. And it is true, we had the tendencies to be a little infantile sometimes. Okay, I did ride the Dumbo ride and I had mouse ears on. Yes. But I had wrote some things here to let you know more about us. You know, when they first came to me, they go, Quake had run his deal with Hulk Hogan. And I went to TV after just doing a photo shoot on tugboats in Rhode Island. And I got there and I got they want to see you in the office. I'm like, what did I do now? You know, but they called me in the back. They said, we had an idea. You know, Pat was back there. Vince, you know, like, we were thinking about putting you guys together as a team. Well, I go, oh my God, that's awesome. He's a phenomenal athlete, a great friend to me. And, you know, sometimes tag teams don't gel in this business.
But they did win,
you know, but they put us together and it was awesome. You know, we traveled overseas. We traveled here and worked here. And all those days on the road, man. But to have somebody that cared about you and cared about me, we had so much in common. You know, he was a great dad and a great husband, you know, and just a wonderful person. Sorry. You know, but I got a call, you know, he had cancer and he had to move to Houston. And it was in remission. And I got a phone call at my house.
and he called, and he was supposed to be going to his son's wedding in Orlando, I believe. And he called, and he says, "It's back, Fred." And man, it broke my heart. You know, this big, strong man that loved everyone, and everybody that's ever met him knew what a wonderful person he was. And so all I could tell you is John, right now, he's looking down from heaven, seeing his children and what they've said. And I could see him with that big smile on his face and those dimples, you know, big old cutie. But I just want to say, Quick, I miss you. And this one here, brother, this is for you.
Don't look. You're good, but
Earlier today, Triple H presenting the Hall of Fame ring.
he don't talk like
Great ring this year.
he felt
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new moment, the immortal moment that is going to be presented this year. One of the men involved in this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
And Pat, our WWE social media put together what they believe are some of the top stunners in the history of Stone Cold's career. Let's take a look.
Love that. This is not us. This is a social team. Take your voice. Having a time. Dancing.
Oh,
Step it. Change of life. How about The Rock? Dwayne Johnson and Steve traveled the road, stunning the hell out of each other. Scott Hall can get one. How about Kevin Nash? Still 6'10" somehow after getting stunned. HBK. Hey, that speed starts in 20 minutes. Go ahead. Best stunner of all time, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know any of that.
Certainly a moment I did not expect, but once you get your face busted by Steve, you choke down a Steve Weiser to hope to ease the pain. The move that brought the world to peace, and obviously one of the reasons why the man is considered a goat in all conversations.
Let's get to it. This is the inaugural immortal moment entering into the WWE Hall of Fame. WrestleMania 13 in Chicago. No disqualification. Submission match. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Bret the Hitman Hart.
That iconic moment. Well, he breathed.
Bret Hart was the man. He was the best guy in the WWE at the time. Oh, Steve Austin. He was the baddest mother around.
If you put the letter S in front of Hitman, you've had my exact opinion of Bret Hart.
He was a bomb. Son of God. Well,
This rivalry is far, far from over.
Everything is so unbelievable with Bret and Stone Cold. People are in danger of the chair to see what happens next. And the story couldn't have been any better told than it was on that night, WrestleMania 30.
maybe my favorite. Maybe. I mean,
You cannot be disqualified. You gotta quit.
I'm not, but so good. Me.
You can sense that something extraordinary.
December.
Steve absorbed an incredible amount of punishment.
That's a moment that
People are standing. Can you imagine the pain that's rushing through Austin's body?
never gave up.
The beauty of WrestleMania 13, it changed the business forever. Little did I know that this was going to be one of the greatest matches of all time.
Oh, yeah.
We sold Bret the Hitman
Oh,
and
what?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What?
Extraordinary WrestleMania 13.
What?
A WWE immortal moment. And who better to induct this immortal moment than, well, the man who hails from the city where this great match took place.
The second city saint, if you will.
Ladies and gentlemen, CM Punk!
Oh, wow. Wow. Again, camera. Oh, go, go.
Give me 2 minutes to talk about the two greatest generational superstar elite workers this business has ever seen. And their magnum opus they give us at WrestleMania 13. Now, I could talk about each of these gentlemen for 2 hours plus. I could talk about that match for another 5, but you guys don't want to hear from me tonight. You want to hear from Steve Austin and Bret Hart. I think as human beings, as performers, as artists, we speak in absolutes and hyperbole too often. This guy's the worst wrestler I've ever seen. You hear it all the time. This is the greatest match I've ever seen. I think the hyperbole and the absolutes should be reserved for these two men in this match. It is the greatest match in WrestleMania history. It's perfect. Just trying to eat up a little bit of time here and see if I can. I say I'm the best in the world, but this night is not about me. This moment means a lot to me. This match, I think, meant a lot to the business and a lot of the boys and girls sitting here today, and certainly to the fans. Shout out to Ken Shamrock. He was a big part of this, making it what it was. He selflessly understood what it took to be a great referee. Tip of the cap to Sweet Home Chicago. Some of the best fans in the world helped make this perfect storm what it was. And again, this is not about me, but this moment and this match and these two guys mean so much to me. This all means so much to me. Because all I've ever tried to do is walk in the shadow of giants. All I will continue to do, and I'm doing quite literally right now, is follow in the footsteps of the legends and fill the boots of the people that I idolized when I was a kid. I've been fortunate to have a lot of mentors in this business. Some of them aren't here with us anymore. Harley's gone. Eddie's not with us. Terry isn't here anymore. Roddy has passed on. I think it's important to say how grateful I am and thankful I'm here today. Thankful that Bret and Steve are here so we can all tell them how much they mean to us, to thank them, to give them their flowers because they so desperately deserve it.
So please join me in giving the flowers and showing love to two of the greatest superstars of all time. My mentors, my idols, my friends, Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret the Hitman Hart.
Bret, fine. No. Great job, Boo. Great job, Boo. Boo. She shy. She shy. She the shy one. Whoa, what? That's cool. That's way cool. Big guy, a shot, yo.
First of all, I just want to say it's a huge honor to be the first guy to get 3 Hall of Fame rings. Thank you. I always, from the night that I had this match, I knew when I was in the dressing room after, it was like, I think that was my greatest match. It was such a great moment for me. It was something that I could feel it the second it happened, and I just knew that this might be the greatest match of all time, might be the greatest match I ever had. There's a famous French painter that once said, his name is George Braque, he once said, art is a wound turned to light. And for me, I always thought that was a perfect statement about this match. And for me, just having this match with Steve Austin, I'll say that Steve and I always got along really well. We were good friends. But, there's something that is goes beyond, being friends in wrestling. What it is it's trust and respect. And there was always a lot of trust. And there was always a lot of respect. When we had that match, that's the one thing that I remember the most, is that there was this respect between each other and the trust between each other. And that's what means the most to me right now, standing here, is that that's how you do magic in wrestling, is when you have that trust and respect. You can't be a great wrestler without having that. And I had it with a lot of wrestlers, but for me, the one guy that stands out the most as having the most respect and the most trust was this guy right here.
Stone Cold and Bret.
I'm going to let Steve take you on the rest of the road.
Man, I've talked about this match so much. You come out here and blow smoke up Bret's ass and my ass. It just seems like overkill. But hey, that's the gig. It happened to be a real good house in Chicago that night. Chicago seemed to be a stronghold for me. Bret and I went to the finish room, got the marching orders. I didn't think much of it. I kind of doubted it. Bret and I were sitting on the apron kind of talking. I went back, doubled back to the old man, said, hey, man, you think it's going to work? He said, oh, God. Steve. So I went back out there and started talking with Bret. Anyway, went out there and just had a hell of a match. And it was basic and it was simple. And, you can do whatever you want, but, man, if you keep it basic simple, you got a pretty good start there.
because you ain't got to do a whole bunch of and hurt yourself. It was a great match. It was a lot of fun. And like CM Punk said, he so properly addressed Ken Shamrock. I'd like to say thank you to Ken Shamrock. He brought a lot of eyeballs to that match. The only thing that pissed me off is some bitch is so jacked up. I mean, hell, me and Brett look like Shamrock, so. But it was great. He looked like $1 million. Hell, he was working pay-per-view all by himself. And then I want to thank also on the just the way it was. There was 3 guys doing commentary on that match, and they made that match. And one was Vince, and he was dropping a lot of stuff in that match because he saw the vision. I was a trash talking redneck heel, and he saw a long range Steve and an babyface. I knew what we was going to do, but I didn't know what it was going to become. Jumping Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler, 2 of the best to ever do it. You saw the match. You felt what me and Brett were doing. It was personal. It was real. And with those 3 guys doing the commentary, they laid down the soundtrack to back up every single thing we did. And it was a combination of that crowd, the story, and everything coming together. Like Brett said, the respect that we had, but the animosity that was, portrayed out there on the show on a week-by-week basis on Monday Night Raw. It was just a great time in my life, and kind of makes me almost a little bit speechless, because you see those packages and they put them together so good. And hell, I damn near started to cry back there in the back, because it was such a good memory for me to look at all those pictures and that video reel of what Brett and I did that night. And I just think it's a very appropriate time to drink some. So if Brett McAfee would bring some beer, I sure would appreciate it, because I'm about to start crying, and I might get a hangover tonight, and I look like that damn thing right there that they made for us. To Bret Hart, I don't know if you want to drink a beer, but I'm going to open you a beer. I know you'll drink a beer.
Yeah. Yep.
Brett, I love you. You took me under your wing when I came into the company. You showed me the way. You helped me out. You knew that we could make money. We did. If it wasn't for Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin wouldn't be sitting here. I'm proud to be the first match with Bret going in, because all of my peers over here, I'm looking at Mick Foley, Shawn Michaels, all these guys, Triple H, they could have went in themselves, but we were the first. We deserved it. Kind of changed the history of the business. And cheers, Bret. I love you.
Victory Dog. Big Foley. This is the thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, more to come, including our main event, 2025 WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
How long we got? No. Go. Done pleasure.
Look, all I can say at the moment is the investigation is still ongoing. I don't see any other option besides you having to relinquish the tag team titles.
No, I don't want to do that. What are you talking about? No. If she needs a tag team partner, I can step up to her. Yes, Naomi has always had my back.
Naomi is standing side by side with her longtime friend, now turned tag team championship partner.
We got to move forward with just me and you, but that doesn't mean that we're going to forget about what happened to Jay. You got Nia, Candace, Tiffany, Liv, Raquel. When I find out who did it, it's on site.
There's been a development in the Jade situation.
Is that Liv and Raquel? I knew it. I told you.
This is the 7th women's elimination chamber match in history. Naomi and Liv Morgan will start things off.
One is coming.
Jade Cargill is back. We haven't seen her since she's been back. Liv Morgan.
I got put down, man.
Say hello to some Come on, man. Wait a minute. She believed was Naomi who was active on number of months ago.
Not to harp on Naomi much longer, but how did you know that she was the attacker?
You know, Kathy, all I can recall is being hit from the back and being thrown on the car. And then as everything grew dark, seeing Naomi just run away. I mean, that was my big sis. I mean, how can you trust anyone after that?
I've always been a woman to do the right thing.
For you. I did it for us. No, don't touch me.
Me and you, we're done.
Now that you're back, Bianca won't even look at me. You tried to take me out because of your own insecurities. I'm not just angry. I'm pissed. I think about all that I've sacrificed, all that I've given, and that's what really breaks my heart. That's my life. It's fake. WrestleMania, I strongly
go bad now.
Because they caution.
We got to walk.
That is Allegiant Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the home of WrestleMania Saturday and Sunday. Taking a look at the schedule for tomorrow. NXT's Stand and Deliver gets underway at 10 o'clock here on the West Coast, 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Shawn Michaels going to have a long night tonight. Countdowns WrestleMania gets underway at 4 o'clock on the East Coast. WrestleMania at 7, and of course, the WrestleMania post shows. Moments away from our main event here tonight at the Fountain Blue, the WWE Hall of Fame. Final recipient of this year's Legacy Award was the man who ended the greatest championship reign of all time. Nearly 8 years by Bruno Sammartino.
I'm sorry.
The Russian Bear, Ivan Koloff, a revered classic villain in WWE history. Koloff began a 6-decade reign of fear in 1969. His crowning achievement, ending Bruno Sammartino's historic, nearly 8-year championship reign.
Like this talent tremendously kept the people right out of those. I wrestled Ivan Koloff 60, 70, 80 times. He was an absolute phenomenal talent.
During the Cold War, Koloff imposed his iron fist onto the next generation, creating the infamous regime, the Russians.
Ivan is the general. He knows how to teach, and he teaches them well.
The old Russian proverb says, I ran from the wolf, but ran into a bear. No doubt how opponents felt about the Russian bear. Congratulations, Ivan Koloff, a proud member of the 2025 Legacy class of the WWE Hall of Fame.
Please help us welcome the wife of the Russian bear, Renee Koloff. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt who the man we are here to celebrate tonight has meant to my career. I've known him for 28 years, from the day he gave me a wedgie to now being my boss and a real good friend. I know, Pat, how much Triple H means to you. He got me suspended in middle school and in high school because I was saying things that had 2 words in them with hand gestures long before I ever got a chance to meet him in the person that he is
in the leadership and the inspiration and the trailblazer. And I think everybody that has got a chance to work alongside of him would say the same thing. Just an absolute beauty of a human who is crushing his current role in an impossible situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to celebrate the game.
Paul X is a kid from New Hampshire that grew up, watched something, thought it was the greatest thing he ever saw, and said, I want to do that. Said, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be really good at this. A true student of the game. Desire, work ethic, professionalism, and a true love of the business. His goal is to make this place better than it was yesterday. And he shows me some screen. We love the business the way he does. It permeates the locker room, it permeates in the executive offices. There's no one like Triple H.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man here to induct Triple H, I sort of feel bad because he's getting up there in age and he's got a real early call time for NXT tomorrow, like 5 a.m. or something. Gonna be a great show. So I just caught him nodding off in the back, but I think he's ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who probably knows Triple H better than anyone. He is Mr. WrestleMania. He is the man who is creating NXT right now. He is the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look. Wow, I've got the move. Up and down this line. Just a sexy boy.
Thank you very much. First of all, before we get started, I hope everybody's enjoying this year, 2025. The 2025 Hall of Fame. To the NXT talent that's out there, if I don't show up tomorrow morning, that joke didn't go over very well in the back. Tonight is a very special night for me. I get to induct my best friend, Triple H, into the WWE Hall of Fame. You all watched the video package. The WWE Universe sees him for who he is. The Game, the King of Kings, the 14-time world champion, numerous Rumble wins, classic rivalries with the biggest names in WWE history. The Rock, John Cena, Steve Austin, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and the list, it goes on and on. I know, I'm a bit biased because I'm his best friend, but I was there in the beginning. Me and some other boys you might have heard of called the Click. We watched him come in, he didn't walk in the door, wanting to be what he is today, which is the most powerful man in wrestling. He just wanted to be what a lot of us wanted to be, a pro wrestler. He didn't think he was walking in the door as the chosen one. He didn't have some diabolical plan. Well, my friend. He knew, like a lot of us, he had to prove his worth. Now I know what you're thinking. Yeah, but he wouldn't have accomplished all of that if he didn't marry the boss's daughter. You're wrong. What he did was fall in love with a beautiful woman, fell in love with him. And the list of accomplishments, I damn assure you, would not have changed a bit. They would have stayed the same no matter what, because he was willing to outwork everyone else, because that's simply who he is. And now, speaking of that beautiful woman, I know there have been times when you've wondered about our relationship. And I'm not going to lie to you. My wife wondered as well. But as he and I have both done, we have assured our wives, and I'm here to assure all of you, hand to God, the only times we've ever kissed was on live television in front of all of you. That's the truth, Steph, and I'm sticking to it, I promise. Hunter does everything in life. Sincere. By two unbelievably genuine parents to raising a family of his own. Not really. A genuine friendship. A bunch of crazy dudes. Lasted over 30 years. And trust me, when it comes to me, they like got into me. But always to me, one month decision of his to be my friend. And until look, I like to think you learn. Okay, yeah. And the don'ts. Okay. Especially the don'ts. But yeah, I feel like I helped him. Not to understand the wrestling business, but to understand how to do business in this place. Okay. And helping him get to the level that I knew he wanted to get to. The level that both of us knew he had the talent to achieve. We spent so much time together, we almost always know what the other is thinking. And I can honestly say, I don't know why he stayed my friend for so long. For a guy who has such a sharp business sense, it was probably the worst decision in the world to continue to be my friend. And I can assure you, everybody, and the other guys will tell you, it wasn't because of my charming personality. Every smart business move would have told him to just do the whole Homer Simpson thing where you just kind of fade back into the hedges. I mean, do what everybody else does, right? You just jump in another car. Guys did it all the time. But he stayed my best friend through thick and thin. And not knowing that one day I was going to turn my life around and become incredibly wonderful, humble, and adorable human being that stands here before you today. Over. Hunter didn't believe me because no matter what, he wouldn't allow himself to do it. Because that's the type of human being he is. That's the type of human being he was raised to be. I would be here all day if I went into his time as the game with the leader of evolution, the king of kings or the leader of the authority, and certainly not where it all started. As the new leader of the second iteration of D-Generation X, the one during the Attitude Era that everybody thinks was so much better than the original. I'm not bitter about that. Not at all. Going to quickly fast forward to perhaps what is arguably Hunter's biggest contribution to the business, and will certainly hold a special place in my heart. And that's NXT. NXT. When Click was riding around in the car, we used to share stories about our love and passion for the business. We always wondered to ourselves, like, why can't it be like this all the time? And one day Hunter had the foresight and the vision to build a place that excitement and passion could do just that, live all the time. Hunter had the ability to see the future of what the WWE could be. Everybody's always said, you can't just build a WWE superstar. One day, I know him like I know him. He said to himself, why the hell not? So he created an environment where you could create just that. But he didn't have to grow up loving this like we did. But if you could be around it 24/7, and if we could find that, if that was in you, we would bring it out of you and then we would snatch it up. We would see 13 years later, and here we are. We're WrestleMania. That card is damn near all NXT alumni. Every friendship has its ebbs and flows, its ups and downs, just like ours. But we're still as solid as ever. I can remember it all started with a phone call about me coming to NXT. Why don't you just swing on by? See what you think. Well, it started out at 2 hours a day, 3 days a week. That has literally turned into a non-stop 24/7 grind, day in, day out, that virtually never ends. And I wouldn't change it for the world. Well, I might now that I think about it. When I get emails at 1 o'clock in the morning that start with, "Per Paul." Oh my God, who is Paul? You want to know who Paul is? Paul's my boss. And Paul, my boss, sure as hell ought to know not to be emailing me at 1 o'clock in the morning when he knows I go to bed at 9. I'm telling you this much, the Paul I work for is a big, huge pain in my ass. On the way over here, though, it finally dawned on me. I see what he's doing. I get it now. He's getting me back. He's getting me back for everything that I did to him into the 90s. You think the reign of terror from 2002 to 2005 was something? You ought to try working for the dude. Where's a frickin' sledgehammer when you need it? But just like in the 90s, he didn't leave me. So I'm sure as hell not leaving him. Those two guys down there, and another that isn't with us. Oh no. With the click, no. And I was doing it for the entire roster. He has an incredibly unique way of managing the corporate and the business side. Yet still does it without losing his love for what happens inside that ring. I'm bummed, Dad. People and talent. You feel more confident with Triple H at the helm. Does he? Hall of Fame, Triple H.
Down me die. My bum died. Damn it. I went. Yeah, I'm on over. I don't want to hear because I don't want you. I know. You.
I've been sitting back there for the last 15 minutes blubbering, so I might be dehydrated. If I pass out, someone come and drop an elbow on me or something. We can get some mileage out of it at least. I love all of you. It doesn't get any better than having
NIGHT.
I'm not good talking when I get choked up. We might be here for a while.
Oh God, no, no.
They say in life, if you have
Oh
like you can find a true
God.
friend, you're truly a rich man.
Oh, I thought it was two.
He makes me a billionaire.
And I, what the fuck? It's two, no.
Thank you all for being here, first of all.
V-A-N not E.
I wanna mention just off the top, first of all, Motorhead, that song to me just never gets old. Lemmy gave me the gift of his sound and his friendship, and I could never repay him for that. One thing before we get started tonight, I wanted to take a moment to do one little thing here. Rich Herring, please stand up. Many of you saw Rich get inducted in the Hall of Fame a few years ago, but he's here tonight. I wanted him to be here. Just so happens that on this day today, 55 years ago, Rich Herring did his first show for the WWF, and he has never left this company.
Yeah.
He was here through thick and thin, and as I would learn to know him, I would start to call him the Wolf, like in Pulp Fiction. Because it's really bad. If something was really messed up and you didn't know what to do, I would just call the Wolf and he would fix it. Thank you, Rich, for all your years. For being here. You are the man. Thank you. A lot of us would not be here, especially my friends, if it wasn't for Rich Herring. You know, when Nick first sprang this on me as we were doing a town hall, and out would walk Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker, and I was thinking to myself, like, I probably should have read this format better before we came out here, because I didn't know these guys were coming out. I had no idea what they were doing. Since that moment, I've been trying to think about how do I talk about this? And I still don't know how. You know, everybody has their version of these speeches. Some are short, some are long, some from past years are still going right now. Mr. T is somewhere. He loves his mom, and he's just going home with the finale of that speech. But I get it now. This is by far one of the hardest things to put together. The deeper I dug into it, the harder it got. And I realized that as I went through this, it wasn't about me. It was about the people that got me here. Because at the end of the day, I'm just a kid from New Hampshire that at 5 or 6 years old was sitting on my dad's lap, saw Chief Jay Strongbow, and I never looked back. It was all I ever wanted to do. It was all I ever wanted to be. But without the people in your life that give you that encouragement, that lead the way, that help in whatever way they can, you just don't get there. I had a lot of those people, and I was very lucky to have them. People will say in life, when they look at somebody, oh, he's a self-made man, or you know, he came from nothing and became something. He's a self-made man. There isn't a self-made man on this planet. Everybody is a product of the people around them and what it leads them to do. For me, it starts with my parents. I've said it before when we did DX. My mom taught me all that stuff. Yeah, she'll tell you to suck it. Just wait. But they taught me a work ethic and a skill set, not to become rich, not to do anything else, because working your ass off is what's right to do. If you believe in something, work until you have it. Work until it is yours. They taught me that. And if I could just take a personal second, tonight is their 61st anniversary.
That's cool.
My sister Lynn is here, always supportive, always believing in me. She's 4 years older than me. I can remember one time a kid the same age as her beating the I went home and told her, and she proceeded to leave the house and beat the kid. Always been there to have my back. She recently had a similar cardiac situation that I had. And when you talk about hard work, not only has she bounced back, they now have her giving testimonials. She's on billboards and she's a huge head now. She thinks she's done, you know, something special. Big star in the family, you know what I mean? Like, but she is, because she turned her entire life around and made this remarkable comeback. She's a fighter, and I'm incredibly proud of her. My sister Lynn. Her kids are here, Nathan and Pete. I love them to death. Once I discovered wrestling, it was always in the back of my mind. It was what I wanted to do at 14 years old. I went to a gym because I thought, like, oh, I got to get big like the guys I see on TV. I got to go in the gym and I got to train. I went to the gym for the first time and absolutely fell in love with it. And I would meet another person that would help lift me up there, Brian Zagaritas, who was sitting right there. Friends for 40 years. He was my first training partner. He was jacked up college kid. He saw this 14, 15-year-old, 6'1", 130-pound string bean kid that was probably like the gym mascot, and took me under his wing and beat the living that gym every day to help me achieve my goals, and I'm forever grateful for that. Sitting next to him is a good friend of mine, MIKEL&aj, who 40 years ago was a guy in the gym. I asked him to come out here because 40 years ago I was a guy closing the gym where he would be there every night, and I'd be wearing him out with stupid stories about how I was going to get in the wrestling business and take that world over, and he listened to all of it and believed all of it and said, you should do that. And that kind of encouragement leads you to do incredible things in your life when you have somebody that stands behind you. So thank you. Around that time, I would discover Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'd watch a movie called Pumping Iron. I'd discover Arnold. I'd read a book that he wrote called Education of a Bodybuilder. I probably read it 1,000 times. In that book, there would be a blueprint that Arnold had as a kid from Austria that would decide that he was going to become the greatest bodybuilder on the planet, and he was going to move to America, which was unheard of, and then he was going to become the biggest movie star of all time, and then he was going to get into politics and so on and so forth. I read that book like it was a blueprint of how to get what you wanted out of life. And it started in that gym, because the weights didn't lie. The harder you worked, the more you got out of it, the more you got out of it, the more you succeeded. And for me, that was everything. So Arnold became a big role model for me, and somebody that I would look up to my entire career and still do to this day. I've said this to him personally, he is the American dream. But without his sort of being there in my life, whether he knew it or not, and certainly he didn't know it at the time, he would inspire me to become something more. So thank you. Along the way, one day, Ted Arcini walked into my gym, World's Strongest Man. And, you know, you work your ass off for something, and then one day you catch the break. Here's this guy, he's been in the business, and I asked him to help. You know, I'm my early 20s. Hey, please guide me. Is there a place I can go train? It wasn't like now where you can just look on the internet. He told me, nah, you don't want to get in that business. It's a whole, stay out of that. You're a nice kid, don't do that. And I just couldn't take no for an answer, and he would turn me on to this grumpy old man named Killer Kowalski. Kowalski, in his own unique way, in a no AC, no heat having boxing ring that was like concrete, would teach me in his own unique way. He would see something in me, and you know, after the first day I trained there, which to be honest felt like the most natural thing in my life, I left there thinking I'm supposed to do this. He said, it was on a Saturday, and he said, I'll see you tomorrow. And I said, I don't quite have the money to pay you to train me yet. I got to figure out how I'm going to get that. But I'll come back when I do. And he looked at me and said, no, you come tomorrow, pay me when you can, whatever you can, and I'm going to teach you, and you're going to be great, and you're going to be a big star. And I never forgot it. He taught me things that I didn't even know he was teaching me, because most of the time I couldn't figure out what the hell he was saying. But I still hear myself saying a different version of those things to talent today, trying to get them to that level they're trying to aspire to be. I might not have known what he was telling me at the time, but they sunk in and helped get me to that next place. From there, I would go to WCW, and I see Eric Bischoff sitting right there. Eric took a chance on a gun, geographically undesirable, right? But he took a chance, and he gave me a job, and Eric, for that, I'm forever grateful. You gave me the start. You opened the door for me into something more. Thank you. From there, the first person I would meet in WCW was Dusty Rhodes.
Yes.
And it was on Dusty's last day as Booker in WCW, and I had no idea. And I'm kind of the one that informed him of that when I told him that Eric Bischoff asked me to come there. But he was wonderful to me. And later in life, he would become a mentor to me. He would teach me a lot of things, including something I take with me to this day: booking ain't easy, kid. And it isn't. You got to work your ass off, and you got to stay in front of it always. Your dad meant the world to me. When I was there, people that would just give me words of encouragement, that meant the world to get me to that next level. Arn Anderson would walk up to me after my dark match and tell me, "You just got yourself a job, kid. Way to go." And then later that night, he would say, when the show was over, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm going back to my hotel. That's it. And he would say, "No, you're not. You're coming out with us." I went out with Arn that night. Once he realized that I didn't drink or do drugs or anything else, I would go out with Arn a lot since I could drive us home safely every night. And also when he was in an unsafe environment for him, he would also make me go get a Popeye's chicken at all hours of the morning, which he would enjoy greatly. So it was a mutual relationship there, but I would learn an incredible amount from Arn Anderson, and I'm forever grateful. Harley Race, I would meet WCW. Harley would walk up to me first day. I had said hello to him. He had said hello, and then a little while later would come up to me with a cigarette. "I heard you trained with Kowalski." "Yes, sir. Yes, I did." And then he stared at me for an unreasonably long amount of time that I was very uncomfortable, and I wasn't sure if he was going to hit me. I really wasn't sure what was going to happen. And finally, he just took another drag and said, "He was the Yes, sir, I realize that. Yes, thank you very much. Harley would go on to teach me a lot of things. And a lot of people have a lot of wild stories about Harley Race. The one I will tell you is that when my daughter was born, Aurora, Harley went out of his way to personally, his wife told me, buy her a set of earrings that he picked out personally to come give to me, to give to Aurora. He was one of a kind. Guys in that time frame, and I'll just mention them briefly, that would give me a lot of encouragement, and I don't even know that they knew it. One was a guy named Stunning Steve Austin. But he would pull me aside on a regular basis to give me little tidbits of, hey, when you're out there, try this, try that. He was one of the few guys in an environment that was really rough at the time that was actually giving and didn't need to be. And another guy I'm looking at directly right here is Mick Foley. Cactus Jack would pull me aside in the hallway and give me little tidbits of advice and things to do and things to look forward to. And his kindness always was a wonderful thing, and it meant a lot to me. And later, and I'll talk about it later, but I hope you know how much you mean to me. Terry Taylor, who unfortunately earlier today had a little bit of a medical incident, so he's not here tonight. I wish he was, and hope. Oh, he is here. Jesus, can't stop you. Wow. Look, Terry Taylor was a guy that I worked with once. He looked at me and said, "How long you been working?" And I gave him the standard lie that everybody put on their stuff at the time, 5 years. And he was like, "How long you really been working?" And I said, I don't know, like a year and a half or something. I got to WCW pretty quickly. And he said, man, you fooled me. He said, well, look, WCW has a place called the Power Plant. I know you don't have to go, you're a contract guy, but I go there every day to train. If you want me to take you the rest of the way and you want to learn, I'll be there. I went to the Power Plant every single day to work out with Terry Taylor and Steve Regal. Terry would take me into his home. His wife was a hell of a cook, but he would bring me around his wife and he would bring me around his kids. He made me part of his family when I didn't have one. And I was very close to my family. So being by myself in Atlanta, Terry made it a home for me. And he made me feel like family. I'll never forget that. Thank you. Steve Regal, sitting a couple of rows in front of him. We would ride up and down the road together. We were about to become the Blue Bloods when I used to come here. As let Vince make you a big star. Get out.
I know.
I'm one of my best
tired.
He says it a lot to me. He says it all the time.
I'm seeing and
One day, as I have tried to ride with a lot of people, these guys are not.
Pound my bed time.
Wanted to get in the car, not talk about this business. Just get to the next town, do your thing, go work out, whatever it is, and not think about work. That's all I want to think about. So after realizing a lot of these people to travel with aren't for me, I was in Boston at the airport getting a rental car, and I was just going to drive by myself to Portland, Maine. And this white sketchy van pulls up outside the window and starts honking the horn. And I think like some crazy person out there honking at me. And finally I see Kevin Nash's head in the window. And he's waving at me. So I'm like, there's Kevin Nash. Like, I'm in line. Like I'm finally getting to the front. I've been in this line forever. This isn't order by phone days. You can ask your parents. They'll tell you about it. I walk out, get out of line, walk out. He goes, who you riding with? I said, I'm just going to ride by myself. Drive up to Portland. He goes, jump in with us. He was by himself. I said, who's us? He said, Kid, Sean and Scott. I'm picking them up in a minute. I was like, you got a lot of people, man. No worries. I'm good. And he said, no, just get in here. So I went back in, got my bags, threw them in the car. And all we did was talk about business the entire way, and I loved it. Scott Hall would every night say, to us in those cars and in those vans, can we just not talk about business tonight? Can we just drive and just not talk business for one night, please? But before we do that, in your match tonight, you would start to go into business, and that's all we would talk about again. But when Sean says, how did I, the guy that didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't do drugs, didn't do any of that stuff, how did I end up with that? Well, let me tell you about the first night I ride with them. We go to Portland and we work. Kid's already laughing because he knows this story mostly buries him. We leave Portland, and at that time, not a lot of places to go late at night to eat, so we pull into a Denny's. It's packed. It's all college kids, and we're fairly recognizable at that point in time. Kev, I'm driving, so Kev's mildly in the back.
Scott Hall is very in the bag. Sean is pretty in the bag. And I'm hoping he isn't going to get worse. He's sitting next to me. On the other side is Kid, who's perfectly fine. Kid has a habit of ordering like 5 drinks at one time. So he orders like, I get a coffee, an iced tea, soda water, a lemonade, and a strawberry shake, please. Like he's like the drink master. He's totally fine. I start to talk to Sean, who I'm thinking, oh man, he is getting a little bit worse. And I go to turn to Kid, and Kid is face down in his strawberry shake. At this point in time, Scott Hall is in a massive argument with the waitress that he saw the cook put a booger in his eggs. And he's adamant that this is, like he's seen this, he wants the manager, and she's not in it, and now the manager comes, and he's yelling at this manager, I'll bring the cook out here, I saw him from over here, put the booger in the eggs. Kev is just kind of looking at him, and I can't tell how bad off he is, but I realize Kid is not getting out of this shake, and I got to get him out of here. So I look at Sean, and I say, hey, we should probably go, because Scott is in a position where they're threatening to call the cops now, and he's face down a strawberry shake. We should get him out of here. Sean straightens up for a bit. We start to drag Kid up, and everybody's seeing this scene and making a huge deal out of it. We're going to drag him out of this restaurant, and he catches his ankle on the door on the way out and starts screaming at the top of his lungs, my ankle, you're killing me. It's getting worse by the second. We get outside, and now as he gets outside, he kind of passes out. And I'm starting to get really scared. And now out comes Kevin and Scott and the manager and the waitress and a bunch of kids who follow them, and they're calling the police. This is day 1, by the way, of traveling with them. I now get up against the van, and Sean says, is he breathing? And I feel for his pulse, and it's there, but it's there. And I panic, and I start slapping, because I think that's how I'm going to wake him up. Sean starts to yell at me, what are you doing? You're kicking his ass. Stop beating him up. Why are you beating him up? And I'm like, he's dying. I got to try to beat him up. And now here comes Scott. What are you doing? And he's mad. They're calling the cops. You hear this going on. There's all these kids. Just throw him in the van. Everybody else gets in the van. We, at that point, I drive him straight to the emergency room, where we sit for hours until he begins to come out of this, and Kevin leans forward and tells him just deny service and they'll let us go, and that's what he does, and we drive back to the hotel. My nerves fried. We get in there, and I look at the clock, and we have 1 hour before we have to be up and drive to the next town. And we get in the van. It was daytime now. The sun had come up, so now Kev was going to drive, because that's how it worked. Big Kev in the afternoons, me at nighttime. We would establish this relationship over time. Kid would now come downstairs 15 minutes later than everybody else, like usual, get in the van and say, hey, thank you guys for saving my life last night. Let's go. And for some reason, I loved it and thought, I'm going to ride with these guys all the time. For the life of me, I have no idea why, but thank you guys. When you talk about, as Sean mentioned, a brotherhood that lasts, ride or die. And I think about Scott every day.
Hey, y'all.
Everybody had their strengths in that car. Kev saw the business like a movie. Completely like a movie. Thought big, giant, cinematic picture things and all this stuff. Kid was a measuring stick. If you could work with him, if you couldn't work with him, you were out. At some point, they would put everybody in the ring with him and see how well they did. If they rocked it with him, they were in. If they didn't, you were done. You couldn't go, and you got moved to the side. He was a measuring stick. Sean could put it all together like nobody else. just got it all, was a Pat disciple, to do all that stuff. But Scott had a way of simplifying everything. That he would just say something to you so simplistic that it would change your view of the business. Like he would say it, he'd be like, yeah, we do that all the time. That absolutely makes no sense. You're correct. And you would just move on. He had this simplicity about him to the point where it was genius. And I learned, he's so underrated. I learned so much from Scott.
Paul.
I don't even know how to say it. He also had a unique personality. One time on Raw, we had worked on the night before, me ducking the discus punch, and he would catch me with the left. We decided to do it on TV, and he would proceed to knock me out cold on Monday Night Raw. I don't remember the end of the match. I was working with Scott. Kid ran out. I don't remember any of that. Next thing I remember was Kevin Nash picking me up and putting me in a folding chair and getting right in my face and saying,
It's about the stage of
he's one of a kind. I miss him every day.
oh God.
The amount of people that I had here, I'm so lucky when I came in to work with, from just a who's who of the greats of this business. Every single night you got to work with somebody like Brett or Steve or Sean or Kid or Kev or Scott or Nick or, at various times, and this myself, like the Bushwhackers and everybody that you could learn from under the sun. It really was a melting pot of all these styles and abilities that I loved it. I worked with somebody different every night and just soak it up. John and I would eventually form DX. At that point in time, we would meet Johnny Lawler, China. She was in a hotel lobby with Jack Lanza trying to get a job, and Jack just wanted to go to bed, so he would pawn her off on me and Sean as we were walking in. And the second we met her, I was like, man, there's my heater. They had been trying to put a heater with me for a while, and she was in. Unfortunately, everybody else didn't buy that, and it took us quite a while to convince everybody to do it. But once she came in, DX was a unique group. We were kind of off the reservation a little bit, as many of you know. She was the anchor. She was the grounding point. She was the foundation. She sort of was the mother of a group, not only of me and Sean, but later of Dog and Billy and Kid and me. We probably would have imploded at some point if it wasn't for her. She would keep us grounded and really was the glue. And she forever changed this business. The women that we have now are incredible, and a lot of that springs out of her ability to do what she did and inspire generations. I'll be forever thankful to her for that. Damn straight. Billy, Kid, that second version of DX was probably the most fun I've ever had in this business. Brian James, I would ride with you and laugh so hard for 6 to 8 days straight. My abs would be killing me by the time we go off. People like, what happened to me? It was just because you made me laugh the entire trip. Either that or it was a contact eye. I'm not sure which one. But that DX run was one of the best parts of my career, and I love it. Thank you. I mentioned him earlier. I'm going to try to buzz through this because it's getting late, but I don't, when you do this, you just don't want to miss people. And I know I will. But I mentioned Steve Austin earlier. Steve would become like a mentor to me, whether or not. We always had this honest relationship with each other where if he didn't like something I did, he would tell me it sucked. And I would try to do the same for him. So when everybody else was blowing smoke at you, we were at least honest with each other. And I'm always thankful for that relationship because that honesty when all you want is that honesty. Many, many times you don't get it. And Steve would always give it to me, and I'm forever grateful for that. Mick, you gave me the gift of toughness. At a point in time in this business where everybody questioned, do I have it to go to that next level? You told them I did, and you proved it to them. By everything you did for me. That street fight, that Hell in a Cell are two of my favorite matches of all time. And the fact that you chose at a time when you were walking away, which would only be actually for a couple of months, but where you were having to walk away from the business, that you said, I'm going to do that with you, and I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that gift of my toughness, of Cactus Jack's toughness. The moments that you and I created are embedded in me. I'll never forget them. Not just in the ring, but moments that we created. You walking down that ramp and switching shirts, and it being a magic moment for me, for you, for many people. One of my favorite opponents of all time, one of my favorite people of all time. Thank you very much for all of it. Randy Orton and Dave Batista, I believe, is not here. I wish he was. I wanted him to be here. With Rick would stand by my side. And I always, to me, Rick was my hero. Greatest of all time. We would form Evolution, which would become something that, in my mind, changed the business. The idea of it was to take two young guys that we thought had everything and give them the opportunity to become stars, if we could make it happen. Along the way, you taught me what it's like to get back. Estrogen check or something. You taught me the gift of giving back, because watching you and Dave do what you did, watching you and Dave overcome, watching you and Dave become two of the biggest stars this business has ever seen, watching you mature, the man that you are today, the dad, the husband that you are today, watching Dave become the movie star and go on to do the things, leave this to go grind and become something different in another environment. Watching the two of you become what you are. And knowing that in some way we've set a whiff of something to do with that. Just stand by your side to watch you become that.
The upgrading went down. Yeah.
Thank you for being the pain in the ass that you were. And I mean that because it helped me for where I am now. Thank you. Along the way, I had a lot of injuries. Pretty much torn everything in my body at some point in time, and then some. I have to mention Dr. James Andrews, Jeff Dugas, and the rehab specialist Kevin Wilton. Everything that I tore, they put back on me. Kevin and Dr. Andrews and Dr. Dugas put me back together. Kevin Wilton made it possible for me to return. At times when they would tell me when I first tore my quad, you're probably never going to wrestle again. They wouldn't let that happen. So I owe them the world because it got me through the rest of my career. They put the pieces back together and taught me how to do the hard work to get to the next level. The creative side for me would come at a different time.
Hey,
I would get the
baby.
opportunity to sit under the learning tree from 96 forward.
Hey,
I got invited to start coming to
hi.
production meetings. I didn't have
Come
to. I
here.
wasn't being paid to. I had to get there hours earlier than
Come
everybody
here.
else. But I loved it so much that that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to sit in that room and learn from these people, and I would do anything to do it.
What?
So I would show up when everybody else had to get there.
I
I would
know
show up. And I would sit in
exactly.
those production meetings and just
Tell
listen
what
like a sponge to Jack Lance, to Pat
goddamn
Patterson,
quit.
to George
Alright.
Steele, to everybody that was in those rooms. They lit that creative fire on me, especially Pat Patterson.
It's so bad,
Was
right?
probably in our generation, my generation, one slightly before, was considered the greatest English guy and the greatest mind, maybe, in the business of all time. So many times people
It's been like
taught me this. And then I would
3 hours.
every day, and he would come to me and say, "Hey, after the meeting's over, come sit with me in the crowd and let's talk about these next level, these matches that are coming up today." And he would teach me why he was putting together something there. And he would say, "Man, when you're done in the ring," he said, you feel this. This business is not here, it's here. And not that many people have it here, and you do. And when you're done in the ring, you should do this side of it. He was kind of, and I'll get to the other person in a little bit, but he was kind of one of the people that really encouraged me on the creative side of it to get into that, to learn more about it, and to explore that one. That sort of led me to the opportunity to build a developmental system. The territories had gone away. You couldn't see the place where the next generation of talent was coming from. And their sort of desire to help me learn would allow me to get into opening up the Performance Center and building NXT. That was one of the most meaningful points in my career. I would sit, now separate from them, I would sit under the learning tree of Dusty Rhodes. And I would have him walk me through his version of booking and how things work and his view of the business. And I learned an unbelievable amount from that man. My respect for him is next level. But it's where I would work with Matt Bloom. I would work with William Regal. I would work with Terry Taylor. We would help to create the future. And when I look around here, Sean mentioned it about the next 2 days, and it's all pretty much damn near NXT. It is. And that is an incredible thing for me when I look around this room and see the people that came through there, the younger talent that walked through the door, and it goes all the way back to Roman and Seth and Becky and Charlotte and everybody else, Bailey, Bianca, all coming out of there. You guys inspired me. That place was like the fountain of youth. Still is. But your passion and desire at a point in time when you get older in this business, you start to see it differently, and you start to get tired, and you start to get a little jaded. You guys are pure and honest. It inspired me. All of you did. It inspired me to love this business again. And then I would tag Sean in against his will, like he said, and he would become inspired. It didn't take me long after he came in that first couple of hours to see it for him to think, this is the fountain of youth. I want this again. And it brought back his passion and love for the business. Thank you, guys. It allowed us to create so much. And all of you ensured that this business carries on from there. The people that I work with today, again, that led me through all of this. Michael Hayes. Michael Hayes, where is he? I should be able to spot him. He might have left. He might have left the batteries wearing out in his suit. Hopefully he'll watch this later. He's one of the most unique individuals I've ever met, but he's also got one of the biggest hearts I've ever met, of anybody I've ever met. And I tell him this all the time, but he is this generation's Pat Patterson. There is nobody better at what he does. I learned a ton from him, and I continue to this day. There's a bunch of other people that I work with now hand in hand. Bruce Pritchard, he's been here forever. Bruce was always, a lot of times, put into a position where he was not seen favorably because he was between a rock and a hard place of the office and talent. At a time when the office and talent was a direct line of a wall that separated him. And he had to be the liaison with that wall. A lot of people look down on that. The thing I always admired about Bruce is he did it with grace and a dignity towards the talent that I always admired. He's an essential part of what we do today. And I'm thankful to get to work with him on a daily basis. And then there's another guy in the back that I would want to mention is Ed Koski. Ed's been one of the lead writers, and he's a quiet force behind the scenes of somebody that just... There's so many things that have happened in this business that came out of the mind of Ed Koski. So many wonderful things about this business. He doesn't get the credit for it because he's the kind of person that just sits in the back and does his thing. But I'm incredibly proud and honored to work with him every day, just like I am everybody on our staff and crew. All these people that are making these events happen. The crew, the riggers, the camera guys, the production people. I learned something from each and every one of you. I learn it every day. We cannot do our jobs without you. And I'm so thankful for all of you. You make it possible for us to do our jobs.
No. Oh, yo, Ganga.
You said a couple of years, or last year, at your Hall of Fame ceremony where I sat behind you looking at your wonderful ass the entire evening. You said sometimes a man just has to accept reality. I don't believe that. Sometimes you gotta just say, fuck. And you gotta create your own. You helped me learn that. You did. Paul has a Hall of Fame ring on his hand. Inside that ring, I had inscribed consigliere. Thank you. The rest of my family, Linda, it just dawned on me right now how pissed off Sean is in the back. He's got to be at NXT in like 15 minutes. It's part of why I'm going so long. It's kind of fun. I get to pay him back all those years. My daughters could not have a better example of what a strong, powerful woman is than you. From CEO to the highest levels of giving back to this country. You are an inspiration to them, to Steph, to myself. I love you very much. And to Shane, who's not here, but he's a brother I never had. Miss Shane, hopefully we'll see each other soon. Please don't jump off anything incredibly high anytime soon, please. And now there's one thing that I've skirted around all night long, but I've got to talk about it, and that's Vince. It's a complicated story and a complicated relationship. But in so many ways, I would not be here without him. Not just in my business life, which would be enough on its own. My career, he's the one that saw something in me creatively, invited me to those production meetings, taught me, let me sit under that learning tree, and encouraged me to sit under the Pat learning tree and continue to learn. But also in my personal life, my family. He wasn't just my boss. He wasn't just a friend. He wasn't just a mentor. He would become my father-in-law. He's my wife, the person I love the most in this world. He's the father. He's my kid's grandfather. So it's complicated. When there's somebody that helps propel you that far, you owe them so much. He taught me so much. What to do, what not to do. I'm grateful for all those lessons. I love you, Vince. And thank you. One person I also want to bring up, because they talked about it briefly, but is the Undertaker. There's no one in this business I respect more than him. He was a measuring stick here. He was the locker room leader when locker room leader meant locker room leader. He was the calm, steady hand. He was the person that I always looked to. I learned so much from him. You had to earn his trust. For a long time, he wouldn't speak to me other than to say hello. Many, many months into that, one night I would be sitting at a bar with the clique, and he would look over at me and give me a nod. And I would walk over to him, and he would put 2 shots of Jack Daniels in front of us. He would just look at me. And I picked it up, and we drank that Jack Daniels, and I knew well enough to gargle it as well. I proceeded to try not to throw up. But we put the glasses down. He just looked at me, nodded, said, "You're all right." That was the beginning of a friendship. And I would begin a relationship with Steph that in many ways could have been the end of my career. If things didn't work out well, could have been the end of hers. Could have been the worst thing in the world. But when you're there and you love somebody, you kind of don't have a choice, right? And I was stuck in this rock and this hard place, and what do? The person I went to was Taker. To say, what do I do here? The words he gave me set up the rest of my life. You know who you are. You know what you do. You know what you bring to the table. You're taking a risk. It's yours to take. But if you love her, go get it. And anybody that doesn't like it, think of it. That changed my life and meant more to me than you will ever know. There's a prompter up there that's giving me cues, but now it's off the thing. Okay. I'm getting to the end, I promise. A few years ago, I had a health scare. Went from running crazy and thinking nothing could touch you, doing business. I'd been on a run of, 20 days or something like that, going West Coast, East Coast, Orlando, back to West Coast, back to Vegas, back to East Coast. I was running crazy, and I started to get sick, and I thought I had pneumonia. Kept getting worse. Went to the doctor I was in heart failure. How does that happen? And not just like that you have a heart moment here, like your ejection fraction should be around 55, 60. Mine was, by the time I got in there, single digits. I was on the 1 yard line. At that point, your life changes. I see this as a gift now. It taught me things about myself and what was important. And while your passions and the things you go after and the things that you strive to be at the end of the day are just the things you do with the people around you. It's the people around you that matter. I not once laid there thinking like, holy shit, production meeting tomorrow, or I have a board meeting, or Jesus, I gotta get this project done, I gotta go do that. All I thought about was Steph and those girls. It was a wake-up call of how to appreciate life. I don't wish any of you to have it, but I wish you learned that lesson because it's incredible. It's a clarity. I work as hard now as I ever did, but I see things differently. The passion is different.
I didn't know they were gonna be this hard.
How can they do this to me, or whatever it is that's going on in life.
Entire gonna go watch TV. I gonna go there.
Live it to the fullest. For me, what was important?
Yeah, and I maybe 8 hours.
Dawson's been waiting for us to get to this part. It's hard for me to believe, in my mind, there's still, Cody, in my mind, there's still tiny little things sitting on my suitcase or my briefcase. Rolling them into the production meeting so they can sing Twinkle Twinkle in front of the most grizzled bunch of miserable men on the planet, and they would all melt because of it. Aurora's now in college, playing softball for Springfield, working towards a doctorate in physical therapy. She's one of the hardest working kids I know. I'm so incredibly proud of you. Murphy, who's 16, has her license. Is about as eclectic as it gets. She rides horses, she paints, she draws. She's incredibly creative. And she also plays on the boys' football team in high school. She's a running back on that team. And when I asked her why she wanted to play football with boys in high school, she said, because I want to prove to myself that I can. It was as simple as that. Take on the world, Murphy. You can do it all. And Vaughn. 14 going on 40. Like she's been divorced twice. So then, the fashion icon, telling everybody in the family what to wear. I don't know. It's going to be a pop star, or she loves to sing. She loves to dance. Loves to have fun. You can do anything you want to do in this life. Not prove it. Just work your ass off for it. And Steph, people always say this, best friend. person to be by my side through all of this. Ups and downs, everything. One word, forever. Not a bad commitment level for a guy who's just trying to get a better spot in his job, right? 20 years later, 3 kids, I'm all in on it. And then the last person, and I swear to God, I'm going home. I want to bring up Nick Don. And you, Sonny. Sonny's a secret weapon creatively. He comes in, tells me what needs to happen on all the creative as we move forward. He walks in the door, says, Triple, here's what you need to do tomorrow. And then we go from there, right? Known Nick for about a decade. One of the most influential people in my life. The best businessman I've ever met. One of the best human beings I've ever met. One of the best people at reading things, reading people and reading a room and looking at business things. And he will tell you, I swear sometimes, he's like a human crazy 8-ball or something like that, where he just has the answers for everything as they're coming in real time. I mean it when I say it, I could not do this without you. And for everybody that's in this room, that it all means the world to, because you're just like me. A big part of all of this weekend and everything that is happening in WWE is because of it. Right there. He does not like to be in the spotlight. He does not like to be in the forefront, and he doesn't like to be thanked for it or seen for it. So make sure that you go up to him if you see him at something and bother him because he needs it. But Nick, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. So I'm going to wrap this up. Talked about a lot of people and how they influence me to do something more, to be something more than I ever thought I could be. Because in many ways, tomorrow and Sunday, I'm still just that kid. I'm just not sitting on the couch now. I'm sitting in a chair in gorilla position with a headset on, just watching what I love to watch. Tomorrow I'm going to get to watch the best athletes on this planet do what they do better than anybody else in the world, in the greatest form of entertainment in the world. And while I'm trying to hide it and not be that little kid and do business inside, I'm still going to be that little kid.
You're the red again, but we might get to that on me here. We build and get back off. I really money. I don't. We don't do that no more.
The slightest compliment, the slightest assistance, the slightest nod to them.
Yeah. Come on.
Negative comments, tearing them down. The shooting a hole in somebody's dream or telling them they're not, or they can't, or whatever that is, can have the exact opposite effect. Telling you that everything that I am, when you do the first, when you encourage others, when you help them get their dreams, is truly the greatest part of my life now, is seeing these kids succeed, helping, trying to get back, Try to encourage.
what lovely zombie
So that everybody can be the best they can be. It's the only way to move forward.
my
The last
I
person that I want to thank.
give it to
Call it what you want.
my single brought in
Call
by
it what you want. Call it fans. Call it the WWE Universe. Call it March. I don't care what you want to call it.
we're not doing cold in Dynamite
You have made this dream possible. Whether you love
a
me
year
or hate
ago.
me, it's been up and down all over the place.
I might do cold in Dynamite all night, but
Thank you.
it cool, but they
You've taken a normal, you've taken a normal kid from New Hampshire's life and made it into a thing that he could never write. I'm always grateful. I promise you that I will do everything.
Yeah, I got there. All get play.
For the next generation who will keep it alive when I'm gone. I promise you that. I will work my ass off for you. It might not always be great. It might not always be perfect. But I will give you every that I have. Because you made me who I am. And I will never forget it. So to everybody out there, supporters, haters, I do not care. I've got 2 words for you. Just thinking thank you, but I'll go with the subject. All right. Thank you very much.
Damn, he's a now I think okay, guys, it's over. So I'm thinking about the Friday night. He thought, and see you tomorrow night. Enjoy and tea and enjoy night one with me and I see you guys tomorrow night. No, I got I'm tired of see you guys. I'm not gonna be called in time tonight because I
Welcome to Friday Night Heat with your host Mikel, where he talks about wrestling sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, NASCAR, so much more. Like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to Friday Night Heat. Welcome to Friday Night Heat. Welcome to Friday Night Heat. Welcome to